All right. Let's get it, boys. Did I hear tacos? God, I love tacos. What's up, guys? Hi, Daisy. Road, Dookie, Agion, Patrick, Gary, Rob, Bubba. Should I play POE1? Hell yeah, man. POE1 is always the answer. POE1 is always the answer, my friend. Oh, yeah. That threw me off for a moment. I heard there were tacos. Come on in for the tacos, boys. Can I have this? Birria or al pastor? I'll be honest with you. I don't get me wrong. I like birria. I like those tacos. I would never choose them first. It's not my first choice. Okay, 323 at this XP is extremely good for me. What time is the Diablo 4 campfire? A couple of hours away. I think 3 or 4 hours away. Oh shit, I went in the wrong door. Well, rip my time. Rip time. Oh, I went the wrong way. The side with the cliff is the wrong way. That's how I know it's the wrong way. Oh well. Gonna lose some time here. Not a ton of time though. Uh Okay. Should be decent. Not the greatest performance ever, but if I can get into the next zone in under 7 minutes, that would be super great. $638 is super good for me. I'll take it. I'll take a 638, man. Should have picked up that blue. I need to get wisdoms, armor scraps, everything. That's a wisdom right there. The game is too quiet. We need to turn up the volume. Okay. Okay. It's up, by the way. Island ring, fuck yeah, bro. Okay, I need to turn up the volume. We will do that. You're right, the volume needs to go up. Can't even hear it, to be honest with you. $820 into the climb is godly. Okay, I turned it up. Hopefully that's good. Can hear it. Am I more excited for the PTR stream or POE? I would say POE, but I don't know. It's possible that the Season 7 announcement might be really good. I don't want to completely count out Blizzard just yet. Let's see what happens. I like to think of myself as a realist at this point. Let's see what they got. Hopefully it's good. I don't have any health potions. So that was not good. I'm a very, very, very high level for where I normally am here. My XP is super good. My time is very good. XP is good and the time is good. Good combination. Very high XP. Very high XP, very fast time is ideal. That's what we're trying to do around here. Oh, can't move. Let's keep up that streak here. this is godly, and this is godly. Let's do that as well. That was the worst. That might be the worst bow I've ever made. I know where the exit is now. The exit is on the... Oh, sapphire ring. I absolutely want that. I can't move. I can't move. Fucking God, dude. Come on, dude. I don't have the health to dodge these. I'm just going to go for it anyway. I don't care. I mean, to get hit by these is what I meant to say. Okay. I need to get some Healy. The exit's going to be bottom right here. The exit's going to be down here, I'm almost certain. Take it. I don't have any. I'm gonna have to burn this. Or I was gonna die. I'm trying to play hardcore, so let's try this way. Is this a dead end? Looks like a dead. Looks pretty dead endy to me. Okay, so we're bleeding time here. We're bleeding time here for sure. Oh, might be dead here. I don't quite understand why I'm taking so much damage from everything. Absolutely getting murdered here on time, unfortunately. I went every wrong way possible. Oh, I'm dead here. Might be dead here. There's the door. Looks like the door opens from this way. And I still can't seem to figure out how to get in here. So that was such a good run up until here. 1440 is not terrible, but it is pretty sad. Don't need a second one. Let's drop that. Let's go like this. I can sell that. My wisdom should be okay. I don't need to really buy. I could buy a rustic sash. That's about it, but how did that hit me? Wow. Okay. What I could have bought was a rustic sash. All right. Oh my God. I can't fucking move. I'm dead here. Fire arrow quiver. I want that. So my time here is terrible. My XP is very good. Time is terrible. XP is good. Where did my dash go? Oh. It was probably in my old bow, wasn't it? I just threw away my dash. Was it in my old bow? No, it's right here. What happened? Well, I went from a super great time to a super bad time. That's the way that it goes, boys. You play bad, you deserve to lose. Simple. Already level 11. Should have picked up that blue. Alright, let's go up here. I will take these. I'm gonna need these actually. I don't know where this is. Where is it? Oh, is it even further left? No. I have no idea what this. I have no idea. Oh man, I would have never guessed. When's Riker coming over? Whenever he wants. It'll probably be in 2025. He said he wants to come, so hell yeah. I'm gonna say it's this way again. I want those wisdoms, by the way. Can I move? Where's... Something's wrong here. We did something wrong here. Something is not right. I don't have momentum. I don't know where it went. Where did momentum go? Oh, I know what I did wrong. Can I... Oh, and I don't have Frostblink either. I fucked up so badly. I just need so much practice at this. It's always something. It's always something. Lost so much time there. I just lost maybe 2 entire minutes. Would you say? I think I lost 2 entire minutes there. I don't know how to make it faster. I guess I could already have Frostblink and Withering Step purchased at that point. Are we going to get some transparency today? Do you mean, is that a reference to Diablo, to Blizzard? Like about the future of the game? Is that what you mean? So I need to buy Frostblink and Withering Step, I think, earlier. That was a really good fight for me. That was a very good fight for me. My time was terrible, but I need to buy a life flask immediately. I need a life flask. When I vendor. God, I hope I can remember. We're trying to get to the center of the map. I don't know where that is. Is it this way? I have no idea. Is it this way? I don't know what the center is. Okay, I'm guessing it's this way. Oh my fucking god, where's the center of the map? What kind of layout is this? I was going... Ew. What a fucking bizarre layout, man. Okay, I was probably supposed to... Okay, well, this run's over. What? What? Oh. Yeah, the run is with everything. What was the hint, Road Dalam? Already deleted the character, unfortunately. I've never, ever seen a layout like that. Never. It doesn't matter. My Act 1 time was terrible. But at least we got through fine. We got through Act 1 just fine. How long till the live stream? 3 hours from now. Right? That's the first live stream. That's the Diablo 4 live stream. Four hours? Should be three. Should be three. Three for the Diablo one. Then after will be POE2. Didn't have an iron ring. Start over. I can play without an iron ring, but she has one 90% of the time, so might as well start over. The only way to fix Diablo 4 is to fire them all and hire a new team that want the game to be a success. Not sure that's the way, my friend. Not sure just firing them all is the way. If I sell 2 transmutes, is that enough to buy... How many transmute scraps does it take to make a wisdom? Does anybody know? 5? 5, and I have 2. No, I'm not saying selling a transmute. I'm saying how many transmute shards for a wisdom? The shards. Am I practicing for something? Not for anything in particular. I'm just trying to get better at the game. It might not seem like it, and I actually could be completely wrong on this, but I actually do think I am getting better. Why doesn't... That's a godly shield, by the way. I want this. I absolutely want this. We're going to use this shield later for sure. That's a godly shield. Super godly shield. Okay, my XP is a little... Well, I wouldn't say it's low. It's fine. My XP is fine. My time is a little slow, but not super slow. This is completely fine to continue with. This is completely fine. I already have a transmute. I'm going to make an executive decision. When I get a transmute this early, I'm just going to sell it. I don't think I have a hat. If I don't have a hat, I'll take it. I'd rather have something than nothing. Another transmute. I actually think I'm going to sell them both. So if I go sell, that's good too. Sell, 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 sell. I'm going to sell both of these. Now I have 9 wisdoms. Now I can do whatever the hell I want for the rest of the run. Now I can do this. And 10% movement speed. Godly. I'll take this. I'll take this. Now I can do whatever the hell I want. There's a 3-link. These are really good. And doesn't sell a quiver. Unlucky. Could have been a lot stronger than this. I forgot to buy... Should have bought Sniper's Mark. I don't know why I always forget that. But I should be so strong, it shouldn't matter. We're going to be big strong here in a moment. Especially if I can find a quiver. I don't have my Quicksilver on because I'm stupid. Take that blue. Found so many transmutes so early. We're absolutely killing these blues. It's a lot of XP. 649 here, and I'm swimming in wisdoms. Feels very good. My iron ring isn't on. I don't know why. I need to find a quiver. Okay, I should be very, very strong here. I should be extremely strong. I will take this. Superior helm. It's got 2 green sockets. 2 green is better than 1. I want many, many green sockets so I can do whatever the hell I want. I don't need anything from Nessa anymore other than her gems. Okay, I am super powerful here. I'm super strong. Just got stronger. Can't even wear it. Let's not take anything for granted. Let's keep killing. Let's keep our XP high. Already level 7. I'm a very high level here. Very high level. Fuck yeah, dude. Alright. I need to get... When I go back, I need to get a quiver. I think what I'm going to do... No, I can't do that. Okay, I need to come up with a different idea. I had an idea, but it's bad. I need to come up with a different idea. So I made one minor mistake already. I should have bought Sniper's Mark. Okay. It's path well here. Pretty sure it's up and left. Can I get another essence, maybe? That guy's gonna take way too long to kill. Forget it. I was looking for another one. That's not what I told you to do. Now let's buy Frostblink. I don't have a transmute. Can I sell this stuff? We should have sold first. The 25 life thing is quite good. Now do I have a transmute? Yes, I do. Now I can buy Frostblink. So now I have that. I need to get a quiver. And it doesn't sell a fucking quiver. It almost always sells a quiver. I didn't get one. Need a quiver? You can forget it. G fucking G, man. Oh, god damn it. God, I hate this game. I hate this game. It's fucking dog shit. I checked the vendor not only once, twice. Two different times. Town times. For a quiver. Didn't sell a quiver either time. Dog shit, man. I'm starting to, believe it or not, I'm actually starting to play much better. But by a lot. I'm starting to get pretty comfortable with this. I'm starting to understand a lot of very, very fine details about the beginning. Why not put momentum in? There we go. Gone here. Transmute straight away. Crazy. I'm gonna sell everything. Iron ring. Nice. The other iron ring, of course, is blue, so I can't buy it. Thanks God. Maybe I could have... I guess let's get this now while we can. Lord knows I'm never going to get it later. Okay, I need another iron ring, and then I'll be fine. Okay. Should be... Oh my god, dude, and that iron ring that just dropped, that was 3 wisdoms. Oh my god, yes. Okay, I have dual iron ring with a quiver. Walking into the mud flats. This isn't good. It's big good. They stun locked me perfectly into each other and insta one shot me. Oh my god. This game. Oh my god. This fucking game, man. Again. Oh my fucking god, this game sucks. Of fucking course. This fucking game, man. Oh. I didn't have. I see. All right. I'm just peeking to try to see if I can see where. I should have picked up that yellow, by the way. I need to be picking up these. I'm picking those up. I'm sorry. Oh, it already auto equipped it. I got you. Don't need that bow. My bow is good. Oh, I'm at 8:03 already? Oh, wait. Actually, no. 8:03 is a very good time. That's good. I was like, this time is terrible, but I thought it was the time. I thought it was my time for entering the. I'm actually not changing bows here, so. Oh, those are very good. Those are beautiful. .905 here is my best time ever, actually. 9:05 entering the prison is my best time ever. I believe the exit here is to the left. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe it's left. And it looks like I'm wrong. Okay. Well, you want to know what's funny? Is I actually did my best to make sure that this mistake wouldn't happen. Do you see how far I ran right on purpose to see if I could see it? If I would have taken a single extra step, not only would I have seen it, I would have also dropped a portal. So I lost probably, for not taking a single extra step right there, I lost probably 15 seconds. 15 seconds for one step is brutal, man. I don't understand this layout whatsoever. This is another massive time loss. Hopefully this actually opens this way. Okay, it does. This guy should get absolutely fried. Cooked. Now I need to buy, let's buy a couple, at least buy Frostblink. Can't wear it yet, but I will be able to wear it soon. Let's go like this. God, everything's good. I need to buy a shield at some point. That shield is terrible though, so I don't really want it. Let's go. 11:29 is my best time ever into here. This guy always kills me, so I'm killing all of his friends. This is also the highest level I've ever been at this point. Usually I'm never going to hit 9 here. I need to locate where's Dash. That's Dash right there. Throw it down, fucking goddamn it. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I didn't put Frostblink in the right slot. There we go. Take that portal scroll 100%. Okay, let's go. I should have logged out. If I was paying a little, I know where the exit is. It's bottom left. I could have saved, I think, a second or two if I would have logged out here. Another data, another one? Okay, now my time is not as good, but I'm usually, when I kill Brutus, I'm usually 8.5. Right now I'm 9.5, which might not seem like much, but that is a huge difference. It's a huge difference. Oh, I went straight the right way. Okay. So this is godly. This is godly for me. For me, this is godly. A 1330 entrance. I did get the 10 movement speed on the boots, on the thing. Might be able to pick up another essence here. That's godly that I just got. I need that. That chest that I just got. Excuse me? That loot was godly. Oh my God.
Iron ring.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. That was a godly Brutus fight. Wait a minute. Let me switch this. Okay, so I can keep. Let's go like that. I think that's how we do it. Take the precision, put it over here. Okay, I actually, like, don't really need any XP here. Because I'm about to hit 10 already. We just need to not go the wrong way. Oh, I need that. That was a huge drop. Very good. Very good drop. Oh my, this is a godly drop. Holy shit. All right, I'm getting very lucky here. Okay, Fairgraves is on the left. All right. Can I not fuck this up, please? Let's keep going left. Every time I don't go enough left, I never find it. Excellent. Excellent. This is beautiful. This is super mucho excelente, por favor. Don't know which way to go. Let's try this way. I don't know which way. Let's try this way. Transmute. That's a godly drop. I don't know which way to go. Let's try this way. Went the exact right way. That's how you do it, boys. Just kill her. And by just kill her, I mean I'm dead. All right. What I need here... actually, mine's already better. Absolutely shit on. I need this shield. Need Peacock. All right, I need Volley. I don't have any wisdoms. Okay. Okay. Back in here, it's okay. I need Volley. I need faster attacks. I need shield charge. I need Withering Step. Okay, now I need to sell this, this. Like that. Okay, I need to move this over here. I need to turn this on. I need to switch this. I need to put this here. I need Peacock with Void Manip and Volley over here. And then I need shield charge, faster attacks, and precision and withering step here. And I'll just put shrapnel here for now. Also do that. I also made one slight mistake. I forgot to grab the skill point here like this. 1, 1, 1. Boom. Okay. I think I did this correctly. And I know it wasn't fast, but that's as good. That's, you just saw what I'm capable of. That's all I can do. By the way, I still need my shrapnel ballista. Don't take it away from me. Massive dead end. I'm guessing it's up here and not this way. Yeah, I know where. Okay. Okay, it's okay. I did my best. I thought I was going the right way. It's this way. It's all right. I did my best. It's got to be to the right here. This will be my 12. A yellow island ring. All right, now. Gone, 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 up, click. Nope, go back. We're going to pick these up. Go back. Peacock. Let's get Peacock going here. This is garbage. Like that. Like that. Peacock is there. I don't want this. This needs to be Withering Step. Shrapnel Ballista needs to go away. This needs to be Shield Charge and Frostblink. Okay, and turn on Precision. There. Frostblink away or I'm gonna die. Thank God. I did it. Oh, this is a super massive dead end. It's all right. I need to put in this other point. Always kill the blues. Val side area. A massive, massive time loss. GG. Okay, it said kill these guys because they have no health. Right? They have no health, so free essence for later. If I had more wisdoms, I would have got better life flasks. I'd be doing a lot more damage. Let's kill her friends. I lost a lot of time there. I can do a run that starts with a 21. Definitely. No, not a 21. A 22 is what I meant to say. Not a 21. Any timers to live streams? About 2 hours, buddy. No. Oh my fucking God. Can we sell? Want to sell this. Just sell everything. Put on this chain belt. Let's go. I need to get better life flasks. That's priority number 1. I lost the road. There it is. Slit. Okay, let's see if we can run to the middle of this zone this time. Okay. See if we can do this correctly. Well, we can't do worse than last time. That's for damn sure. Okay, it looks... Okay, I think I already see the middle. We just got to navigate to it now. Looks like it's going to be on the left side. Yeah, it's on the left side. Take that yellow. I made a mistake there. A minor mistake, but I did make a mistake there. I should not have Quicksilver flasked right there because I walked almost 0 distance and then I didn't have another charge for this floor with only 1 flask. Is very bad flask management. I'll be back for you in a second. I'll let the poison tick on you for a moment. Told you I'd be back for you. Got anything good for me? Don't know which way to go now. Now it's just guessing. It's all guessing at this point. I'll take that portal scroll. Boy, I would be happy if we magically... I think this is the right way. It's gonna... Or nope. Spoke too soon. How silly of me. It's okay. I'll take this and this. SPL said, one of the biggest problems that I have... I actually was going the right way. Okay, this is correct. This is correct. It's gonna curve left. Yeah, this is right. This is correct. SPL told me I walk past blues and I don't pick them up. And I should be selling them because the transmutes are very valuable. Now we're going to look at all of this gear very carefully to assess what we need. Gone. Just kidding. It's all garbage. We'll look later. The gear's fine. I got the sockets that I need. I don't really care. It's 2 p.m. Eastern is Blizzard? Oh, really? Wait a minute. What was that? This is nice because any shield that I come across that's actually good, we can use. This is a big inflection point in the run. We need to see if we can do this properly. Well, that guy's not very easy to kill. Let's just skip him. Okay, this is very good. Went straight to the... I'm completely frozen with one projectile. I need to check that. How good is my chain belt? It's got no life on it, so not good. How good is this chain belt? Better, and it's got... Okay, now I think I need 5 skill points. So I don't need to put in my passives till I get about 5 skill points. So the reason why that's helpful to know is I can menu less. Let's guess this way, I have no idea. Oh, I guessed incorrectly. That's okay. I'm not even mad about it. For me, this is going very, very well, man. Should have picked up that yellow, but I was already, before as my final thing was flying, I was already shield charging away. I feel like my movement has gotten significantly better in this game, I guess, as you would expect. I can use Herald of Agony now, probably. I ain't no bitch. I ain't never backing down. 15 movement speed, but it's got the wrong socket, so I don't think I can quite use that. Let's not think too much. Let's just get rid of it all. It's fine. Okay, so remember, I don't actually get any stronger. First of all, I need to put in Herald of... That'll make me stronger. Need to put in my Herald. Good enough. Would love that chrome. We're going to right-click the Frostblink so we stop leveling it. So we don't get screwed later. I lost the road. It's okay, just run down. I think I might have went into a dead end here. So I'm losing time here for sure. Or no, I'm not. I went the right way. Lit. God, I love going the right way. I gotta think, is there anything that I don't have in Act 1? I need a second faster attacks later. I could buy that. This is really not good, actually. Let's just sell it. Okay. Oh, it's so good. I can't even wear it. First world problems. I would like to kill you. You want to know... Okay. One thing I should have checked at that lady while I was there. I should have checked if she had a better life flask for me. Because I haven't... The biggest problem that I have with this run is I haven't been able to find life flasks for shit. Maybe I'll go check. But it's 3. I believe a flask, though, is 3 wisdoms. I don't have 3 wisdoms. I do now. This one. What? Nope. 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 Like that. Okay. It's going to be a big damage increase for me. It's down, I think. Should have picked up that portal scroll. Oh, well. Okay. Let me see how this looks. By the way, I have the 5 points. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excellent. Now I'm going to hit real hard. Pick up the thing. Thank you. Okay. Now, I don't know what to do here either. Okay, so I'm guessing what's going to happen is it's going to go left. We're going to go this way, left, and then it's going to zigzag. So let's look at how this goes. So it's going left. Now it's going to abruptly change directions, some direction. And then we're going to go the other direction to get to the exit, I believe. So now it's going up, it looks like. So now we need to go perpendicular to this, I believe. So now we need to go either left or right if we can. Okay, it looks like it's right. Went the wrong way. It's the other way. It looks like it's the other way. We would like to leave Act 2. Jesus, man, this is so complicated. We'd like to leave Act 2 at 21 if possible. I'll take that jeweler's orb. This is such a hard zone to navigate. Now I need to go for the toxins here. Here. I can't fucking... Game froze for a second. That's a debate. Don't go in there. I'll take that. Do I even have an amulet? $20 already. This is good. Pretty good XP. I'll take it. Need that wisdom, I think. I'm pretty low on my wisdoms here. Okay, it looks like I went all the wrong ways. It's not the worst situation in the world, though, because I killed pretty efficiently as we ran around, so it's not the biggest deal in the world. I said I wanted to leave at 21. Not 21 yet. By the way, I might need that. May I move, please? Thank you. Kill these blues here. All right, is any of this any good? Well, why don't we start out? Why don't we start out with this? Let's do that. Let's go do that. Let's go there, there. Okay, I'm gonna hit very hard here. Oh shit, he's back up already? Okay. See how good this belt is. It's really bad. Oh, why am I not selling? Go ahead and sell everything. Just get rid of everything. It's probably all garbage. Okay. I was gonna say I clicked it. What happened? All right. Not bad. 19 strength and intelligence, 18 dex and intelligence. Don't think I'm really starved for attributes, honestly. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Fuck yeah. I really, really, really hope that the crematorium was not back there. Whatever this place is called. Am I running... this is a massive time loss. Looks like it was back there. It's 30 seconds gone. Oh well. Guess it's up here. Yeah. Another instance of a single step that way would have revealed it. Is this a dead end? Yes, it is. So that should be level 22. Well, the good news is we've uncovered every single way to go. Except for the correct way, so that's good. By process of elimination, we know what to do now. Oh, door. That's godly. Why are these guys so strong? Honestly, this isn't even that good. Now, I do have a second blue socket. Hell yes. Okay. Made a slight mistake there, not a huge mistake. Lost a couple of seconds, but if I would have put that passive in the moment that I earned it, I would have killed Piety a couple seconds faster, probably. That was a I make that mistake every single time. I always leave Act 2 at 21, and then I never jump at the fact to put in my point when I turn 22. Would help me a lot. Go ahead. Yep. There we go. Excellent. One more level. Got some crackheads on me. Let's not play games. Let's just kill them. Crackheads have been killed. Okay, so the third thing is behind me by Clarissa, right? Or what's her name? Cassia. Not Clarissa, Cassia. And now we're going for the... What's it called? Onslaught? Okay. All we need here is the trial. I got no clue where it is. So I'm just going any old direction. Who knows? Is that it? No? Is this it? Okay, that was pretty good, actually. I would say I found that pretty fast. I will take that. 1,000 years slow? Oof. I need to be 24 by the time I enter the docks. By the way, hold on. Wait. Let's go finish this quest. It's right over, should be right over here. Yep. Can I... Oh my god. Game, help me. Wah. Hargan, give me my reward, man. Can you take this shit from me? Take this, this, and this, and this, and this, and this. It's all garbage. Thank you very much. While I'm here, let's fix our stuff. Let's get a lightning res. Let's get a fire res. Let's get a cold res. Good enough for me. Let's go. This could be very good. Or it could be that. It could also be that, which is terrible. Okay, I need to be 24, and I am going to be 24, so I'm doing very, very well here. Very well. For me. When I say very well, guys, remember, that means very well for Rax. Like, the real PoE speedrunners are like Mark McGuire hitting 70 home runs a season, and I'm happy if I hit like 10. So this is good for me. Which means absolutely nothing. In the grand scheme of things. Okay, this is my 24 right here, and it also means I can switch all my flasks. Right? Goodbye. 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 Wait. 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 Massive damage increase. Okay. I want to leave the docks at 25. I should very easily, naturally get the levels. If I get a little bit extra beyond 25, it might mean that I can do the lab early, which would save me a couple of seconds if that happens. So this is big XP here. Of course, Einhar is here because why wouldn't he be? I absolutely do not mind at all too much going the wrong ways here. Already almost 25 because the docks is godly. XP I gain now is XP I don't have to get later. Don't mind this at all. My XP is flying 25.5. This is beautiful. Went the wrong way again. Don't care really. It's fine. If there's a zone to go the wrong way in, it's the docks. That was beautiful. I'll take that all day long. That's not good. I don't have the sockets to use that anyway. Let's go like that. Let's put this mana flask in. Let's put this here. I mean, I could just be leveling this up right now, can I? Okay. This is definitely the best Act 3 I've ever done. Skill-wise, anyway. Now let's see. Watch me throw it all away in this temple here as I go every wrong way. Rax the Explorer is about to emerge. Watch this one. Okay. Beginning part of Solaris was good. Looks like I only have one way that I could go. Let's try, I don't know, just go this way. No idea. Take this wisdom. Dead end, okay. Well, I mean, I knew I was going to hit some dead ends, just a matter of when. Let's try this way. Okay, that was very good for me. For me, that was mucho excelente, por favor. That was very good for me. Okay, I love that. I killed him in 2 seconds. Got a free essence out of it. Love it. Karamon taught me that one. Alright. Let's try this way. That was so beautiful. Let's see how good this amulet is. It's better than mine. How many attributes does it have? Does it have a suffix? Oops, what is happening? Alt? It doesn't. I think it's 6. Okay. Pressing all the wrong keybinds, man. I need to make sure that I stop leveling my shield charge, because I can't wear my amulet right now. So that's not good. Okay, let's see what we have here. Let's see how we can do here. Let's play well if we can. I'm sure we can't, but let's attempt. Val's side area. Apparently, from what I understand from people who speedrun PoE, the Val side areas can change the layouts and the logic of something they would normally follow. I have an idea. Wait, is this strength and int? Where is it? Yeah, int and dex. That's not what I want, right? I need strength. If it had strength on, I was just gonna alk it. Oh my, come on, Path of Exile. I clicked it! Forgot to grab field medicine. Let's do that. That will help me a lot. Okay, the stairs are going up. If the stairs go up, it means you're going the right way. So we're going the right way. So what we want to do here is we want to be 28. And we're 20, almost 27 right now. The odds of us hitting 28 here are close to 0. I would say 0. But that's fine. And the reason why that's fine is I can use a backup strat. We'll go for plan B. Oh my god, I went straight through the prison. For me, that's a multiple minute save. I just saved multiple minutes. I never do that. I don't understand why I'm slowed. Okay. Take that transmute too. Oh. I don't have despair, I don't think. Oops. And my herald isn't on. I didn't equip despair because I'm stupid. Well, not great. 35 life. Much better than mine. Not great, but... I mean... Everything is just not super great here. Let's just get rid of it and look for something better. I would say one thing that's going wrong for me this run... First of all, I didn't have to walk over to these vendors. One thing that's going wrong for me this run is... I have any white gear, by the way? Yeah, I have this. It's just... I mean, it's absolutely fucking terrible. But... Is, I am not getting good gear. And that's fine. Everything can't go your way. Oh, nice one. Nice try, boys. Good try. Almost killed me there. You almost got me. Not getting yellows with a good amount of life on them, for example. Which is making me a little sad, but it's okay. It'll get better. Can't get any worse, so... Everything I have kind of sucks, though. It's all like yellows and stuff, but it's all just a bunch of bullshit that I don't actually want. So I got to make sure here when I walk out that I don't log out. It'd be a huge mistake. It would be a big time loss. Don't log out. Good boy. You did it, Ryan. You're going to get a treat later. Good boy. I swear to God, I'm so stupid. I'm the kind of person that would log out there even when I literally just told myself not to do it. Dude, this is such a dog shit layout. Okay, I don't really need to farm here because I gotta go up the tower anyway. Okay, so let's see what we have here. Still no clue where to go. What we would like to do is in the next couple of floors, I don't think it's this floor, I think it's the next floor. We would like to be 28 here. It's going to be close enough. It's going to be close enough. So we have to find the waypoint here. I believe we have to. Yeah, there it is. Go ahead and click it. Okay. Okay, there's 28 right there. There's a bunch of currency and a yellow. That's great. I don't know if my thing is working here. I don't have precision on, first of all. Okay. I also need to remember to buy haste, because we're about to drop precision for haste. Something dropped back there. I don't know what it is. Let's go for it. Chrome. I shouldn't scoff at a chrome. Okay. So I have at least 2 colossal life flasks coming into Oh, I clicked it. What happened? Need to remember I have despair now. Okay. Oh, it's this way? May I move? Thank you. This is weird. I don't need to do any of this, do I? I can just leave. Go ahead. Yeah, there we go. Oh my fucking god. Path of Exile. Why do you put so many fucking dead ends everywhere? Can I get out of here? I just want a straight line. I just want a big ass hallway with monsters. I don't want any walls. I don't want any doors. Nothing. You just want to run in a straight line and mow shit down. That's what I want. Because it's a labyrinth? Back in my day, labyrinths went straight up the gut. No bullshit. Hard to know what to get there. %20 movement speed. Let's buy Haste and Grasse. Purchase. This guy doesn't have them. GG. Then I get a way better ring. Yeah, right here, right? I don't know. I'm just going to sell it for now. I don't know. 20% movement speed is godly. I wish I could use it. Probably should find a way to use it, but I can't figure it out right now. Haste, Grasse. All right. Haste and Grasse are going to be used later. Maybe I could use this later. I don't know. I can use Haste in one level instead of precision. Val side area, my favorite. Okay. Go on in. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, go on in. It's okay. Yeah, good job. Pretty good resistances. 70, 70, 75. This is tolerable. Well, I cast... I casted the curse in the beginning, but it didn't work. Shit on. Shit on. Shit on. Shit on. I mean, can't really use any of that. Recurse you. Recurse you again. Let's try to keep the gloves if we can. Last time I did very, very bad here. So let's see if we can do better this time. I shouldn't have done that. I could have taken all three of them and sold them. Fixed. Okay, I don't want Cursey Boy on me. Oh, I went straight to him. God, that was lucky. Are you still not dead? Jesus Christ. How good is this? 63 life? Better than mine. Jesus Christ, game. Can I just fucking wear it? Alright. When is the live stream? Soon. 2.5 hours. There's gonna be a lot of live streaming today, boys. Gonna be good. Today's gonna be a great day, I hope. I'll take that. Okay. Okay. Super dead end over here. What the fuck is happening? We're gonna get one more, and then we're dropping precision for a Haste. Wait, it actually could be beyond, right? Acquired level 33. Take me now, Jeebus. God, these guys are strong, man. I'm getting my ass kicked. Go ahead and charge, yeah. Goodbye. Okay, the goal is to be 34 by the time we leave here, I believe. I believe that that is what is required. Not this zone, but both of the zones. Both of my rings are very good. Tempted to pick up that ring and like Alkut or something, but really don't think that I need to. Oh, I was gonna say, I don't even understand. What? I didn't even see this turn over here. Didn't even see it. Again? Again? I'm just going to pause the timer and run back and grab it because I want to see what my actual time would be. Not going to kill any monsters here. Try not to. Fucking stupid, man. That's the second time I've done one of these runs. And I don't understand. I'd run right over the waypoint or not near enough to it, and I need to stare at where is the damn waypoint. It's the second time this has happened. It's the second time it's happened. No, the improper fraction, it's back here. It's what I need to do is I needed to have this waypoint where I was. This. God damn it. 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. Up here, I think. I don't actually think I need more. I mean, don't get me wrong. You can always have more essences. So I need to be 34 by the time that I leave. And I'm not even close to that currently. So I need to find something to kill. Not yellows, but... Here we go. This is something. Pretty sure you need to be 34 leaving the second one of these zones is the target level. Sacred Life Flask, I like that. And then I can use my new shield. How many times do I have to press dash? Dash! Dash! Oh my god! Kill me now! What the fuck was that? I pressed it 1,000 fucking times! Dash! Oh my god, dude! This game drives me fucking insane! Alright, well, again, I need to find out a way to gain essentially one level in this zone. Doing my best here. Oh, a possessed archer. Let's go ahead and skip him. Thank you very much. Hey, has anybody seen my festival masks? I've been looking everywhere for them. I can't find them. I need 3 bars. Okay, I'm 3 bars of XP behind. Can I just stand here? That was a good fight for me. Okay, can I... No, I want the other shield. Fuck it, just throw away the goddamn gloves. Kill me now, Jesus. Kill me now. Kill me now. It's all dog shit. Fucking God. Kill me now. Why does PoE make you angry? Log in and play it for 5 seconds. You'll understand the answer. Play it for 5 seconds. You'll get it. It's probably something better felt than explained. Click something and then watch it not click it. You'll understand. You'll get it. And the rage will consume you so quickly. Trust me. Lol, do you hate PoE now? I don't hate PoE. I just wish it wasn't made on an Etch-a-Sketch. That's the right way. My life is essentially non-existent because I've had such bad drops. Maybe we should go to our hideout real quick and craft some stuff on it to have a chance here. I'm going to check my gear for 2 seconds here. It's a bit of time loss, but let's try to pick up some stuff where we can. What do I need the most resistances on? None. Okay. None and none. Maybe attack speed helps me. Okay, that was a huge waste of time. Alright, this might be really bad. I might just die instantly and see what happens. First of all, I should try turning on my auras. That'll help. Let's start with auras. If you guys are looking for some PoE hints, if you guys are playing a build that uses auras, use the auras. It's a big tip from me. If you use auras, use the auras. Yeah. There aren't many PoE players good enough to figure that out, but luckily you guys have me here to teach you. Thank you, Rax. I love you now. This is a big hint. A lot of people get that wrong. I'm just here to help. Oh, this guy murders me. If someone's gonna kill me, it's gonna be this guy. Doesn't look like my curse hit him. Dodre also murders me, also probably gonna die to her, so get ready for that. I hate Dr. Dre, man. Just gonna keep running from her. Can't curse her either. Pardon the 1 hour fight. Oh, you almost got me with that one. Path of Exile, you almost got me with that one. Armor evasion. I mean, let's try to get lucky. I mean, that was close. And it's the worst thing that is the worst thing that's ever been found in Path of Exile history. I just found the nut low worst item. Always nice to set a world record on a run. That's the worst item that's ever been found. Right there. Not that exciting, though, because I'm only breaking my own world record from last time I played. This is not that exciting, but still feels good. There it is. The biggest fucking piece of shit the world has ever seen. Why is everything such a piece of shit? Greater volley here. Actually just continuing to bleed time, unfortunately. Tell you what, it really doesn't feel like I've got enough health here. Nearly everything one-shot. I'm gonna start getting one-shotted here if I can't find some better stuff here, like, very quickly. It's down. Yeah. I believe. Yeah, I can't continue like this. I can't play with a character this bad. I mean, I just can't. He's just too terrible. 0 life. 17 life. 0 life. 51 and 83. My rings are godly. Crafted life. 10 life. 35 and 63. This amount of... Oh, by the way, I just realized something. I forgot to take these 2 nodes. Would have helped a lot. That would have been 15% more. Let me see here. If I would have... Let's just see what would have... How that would have looked. Forgot about these 2. 987 still... My reses are capped, I believe. Yeah. My reses are capped, but I have way too low of health. Yeah, I have 800 HP. Yeah, I called it out all the way back in Act 2. All the way back in Act 2, I knew this was going to happen, but... Give me 1 second here. You guys are going to think I'm debating you, so I'm going to show you that I'm not. Let me ask a simple question. Has anybody subbed or primed or become a member today? Because if you have, then I have a problem. Because my activity feed shows nothing. You have? Yes, I did. Okay, so I have a problem. Okay, look at my activity feed. This is what I see. I just looked over. I'm like, I doubt that that's right. Hi, Hog. How you doing, buddy? Chess? Everybody test it. I was going to say, you guys might think I'm debating you. If someone has their prime, can you throw it up to make sure that this works? But it doesn't work. So if you guys are wondering, why is Rax such a piece of shit? He doesn't care that I sub. I care. It just isn't working. So give me a moment. Let me try to figure out why this isn't working. Let me see if my add-on... Okay, no update is available. Let me edit the data, I guess. Give me a moment, please. Okay, this tells me that recent BS Gringo, Gilstorpoth, Sincel, Rob, Bassa, Bagboy, Cashox. So... Okay, I see it. Wait, I see it here. Okay, hold on. Crazy with the tip. I feel debated. Crazy. Acritus, Sour, Gringo, Abyssal, Cizella rated me. I couldn't see it, man. I'm sorry, Cizella. Gilsterpaw, Sincel, Nice Random Guy, Luke, Rob, Bassa, Bagboy. Might be more. Yep. The Hate Bear, Pharaoh, Toxic, J, Chess Improvement, Bloodshire, Fleshy One. Thank you guys. So this, it works. It just doesn't show me anything. Why? It works, but it doesn't work. So I, well, let me try logging out of stream elements and then logging back in. Maybe this will fix it. Authenticator app. Just send me a text. That's fine. What's my code? Sorry, guys. I want to fix this. I don't want to not see what you guys are doing. There must be a problem here because it didn't send me a text. No text. GG. Well, let's see what my sum of best is now. Oh wow, my sum of best is a 45 Act 2. How bad is a 45 Act 2? Is that really bad? How good is that? It didn't send me anything. Well, I'm not sure how. I have an idea. Let's do this. Maybe this will work. We're trying a new method here. Okay, that worked. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Timeout. Might work now. Does the chat work? Okay, the chat works. I don't understand. Why did this randomly break? I don't know. All right, so we're gonna have to improvise here, my friends. I'm guessing it still doesn't work. Yeah. Okay. I don't know why it broke. I can't seem to fix it. I tried the old IT fix of logging in and out. That didn't do anything. So I'm gonna have to do something different here. Okay. I have an idea of what I'm gonna do instead. Shard of Hate, Nesker, thank you so much for the sub and the prime. I see that. I'm gonna have to do it this way, guys. We're doing something different, boys. Okay. Now I can see it. I made a janky solution until I can fix it. So my sum of best is 357 now. The realm is restarting in 45 minutes for 15 minutes. Dog shit. Yeah, they're logging us out so we can watch the D4 campfire. That's very nice of them. Okay. Well, let's do an Act 1 run. We're going to try to beat my PB of 23:21. Spoiler alert, I won't beat it. Go. I do think I am capable of doing a run that starts with a 22. I don't think I'm capable of doing a run that starts with a 21. I would need the god RNG of godliness to do a 21. And I think 20 is out of the question. Like I don't think, at least on this character, I don't think I have the skill to do it. But I'm starting to understand the run decently well in the beginning. So let's see what we can do here. The chain belt will keep me alive. Everything else is garbage. See if we can get lucky here. No. Yes, there it is. This is very good. This is a good start. This is a good start. I might ask, well, if you got the really good chest piece, why don't you wear it? Makes you run slower. ain't got no time to run slower. No, it's up, I'm pretty sure. I was like, wait, is it up or down? I'm pretty sure it's up. Yeah, it's this way. See, that's learning. That's learning. I made that mistake so many times. All right, I think I'm still going to keep the chest off and just pray that they don't kill me. They might kill me here, but I'm going to try to do this quickly. I need that wisdom so badly. We are willing to put a colossal sized wiener in our mouth for wisdoms in this run. I'm talking like a real jawbreaker. That was a very, very, very good time. My XP is low, but I can deal with this XP. The XP is a bit low. It's okay. We'll be able to figure it out. It would mean the world to me if this game can drop me a transmute, an armor scrap, or a whetstone. One of those three. I want a transmute, an armor scrap, or a whetstone. Please. That'd be huge. Or I'll take an island ring. Not an alt. It's not what I wanted, but it's better than nothing. I don't... let's go like this. Fuck, I'm too poor. I'm too poor to do what I want. Story of my life. This will work. It's a cheaper option. Not exactly what I wanted to do. All right. Too poor to do what I want. What a surprise. Just like real life. My pathing here couldn't have been worse. So I'm guessing the dweller has to be on the left side there. Would really like those boots, but that looks really dangerous. Let's just keep moving. Take that portal scroll. Want to be here in below 7. 621 is incredible for me. 621 for me is very, very good. It's because I suck, but... Drop me something good, guys. Come on. Hook it up. Anything? Anything good? I already have a quiver. That could be really good. Or it could be that. It's a damage increase. I'll take it. That wasn't good, though. Can I have something good? One thing that will help me do damage is if I put in my passive points. That'll help. That's usually pretty good, right? Take that blue. That'll help me get to a transmute soon. All right. What do we have over here? Wisdom? Pfft, never skipping that. We need those. 813 entering here is very good for me. Very, very, very good. Let's see if we... That's much better. I need this. Okay, nice. I shouldn't have thrown the blue on the ground. That was a mistake. It would have helped me get toward a transmute. Large mana. Take it. Superior large life. That's very good. Wait, I was going... I don't know which way to go. All of my lead is gone. I've never seen it do a U-turn like this, ever. Transmute, that was huge. Okay, that's huge. That's a huge drop. Transmutes are everything in these runs. Let's just go up this way. Let's make sure that that's not... Okay, it is the way. Thank God. Take that wisdom. Too much backtracking. Okay. Now that I have... Just making sure it doesn't curve back around. Wisdom, I'll take it. How many wisdoms? So I have 3 wisdoms, and I got the extra transmute. So this was a horrendous zone. I just lost... I lost a minimum of 30 seconds in that zone. Super strange, bizarre layout I haven't really seen before. Let's go down. Actually, don't know. This isn't going to be that good. Open up? Yeah. Come on in, buddy. I'm frozen. See what we can do here. Where is this? Where is my bow? Okay. Start by selling everything here. Okay, now let's take off the bow. Let's do that. It's a very good bow. I'll take an island ring. Should have bought Frostblink. Oh well. Anything good? I need this for later. So now you can have this. I should be very, very strong now. Okay, so I know the full layout. It's back to the left, the trial is up, and the exit is also up. It's this way. Should know the whole layout now. It's this way. Trial is up and the exit is up, both of them. I'm almost certain. I'll give it 90%. And then the exit is also further up. It's not down. Okay. Okay. Let's get over here. My XP is very, very low. I don't even have a pair of boots. So let's pick up a pair of boots. Better than nothing. Oh my god. Oh my god. You see that? I just got like... How many wisdoms is that? The whetstone is 4. How many is the armor scrap? Yo. That was godly. Oh my god, dude. That was incredible. I'm good on wisdoms forever now. I just got like 10 wisdoms out of that drop. Getting shit on here, by the way. Honestly, 1430 is not terrible. Did you see how I died there, guys? Did you see why I died? He threw the wave at the ballista behind him. He was charging up his wave, so I moved away from where I was standing around him to dodge it, and he threw the wave at the ballista behind him, which is where I walked, and I died. Did you see that? Did you see that death? Big attack. Oh, let me step to the side. He was throwing the attack behind him at the ballista. Go back and watch it. Threw the attack at the ballista behind him. And I died. Incredible. That was a good time for me, though. I'm getting much more consistent. Much more consistent. Yeah, I just watch the clip back. Watch where I'm standing. Watch where he throws the. Watch where he throws the wave that threw it. Like I wasn't really looking at him. I was just looking at what attack is he doing. Oh, he's doing the wave. Okay, let me stand to the side. Okay, no problem. Oh, that's where he. That's where he threw it. I'm dead. Orb of Alchemy at the start with a Wisdom. Crazy good. Crazy good start. But I went the wrong way because I'm stupid, so. I think this might be the same layout we just had. So it's up this way, right? Let's see. Not quite. A little bit down further. Not quite the same layout. All right. I'm very weak in terms of defense, but I'm very strong in terms of offense here. So we're just going to offense our way to victory. Transmute. Can I move? I don't want that robe because then my guy will put it on. $330 here is very good. Take it. 330, my XP is very good. I'm very happy with this. Considering how badly I butchered the first zone. Now let's pay attention to this cliff here. If the cliff actually... There's a cliff right here we need to turn around. Well. These boots are big good. Oh, what's happening? Shouldn't have used that many wisdoms, I don't think. I'm just gonna sell this for now, so that way I can buy an island ring, and so I can buy a quiver if you have one. Of course you don't. What about a bow? Do you have a bow? Guess I'll take the bow. Not great. move this out of the bow. Okay. Good enough. It wasn't great, but just taking a peek if the thing is over here. And I went very, very far over there just to double check, and it looks like it's not over there. So if we come back and it's actually that way, I'm going to be mad because I specifically checked it to save myself time later. If it doesn't save me time, I'm going to be mad. I'm a very low level, but I'm at the same very, very fast pace, which makes me happy. Take the blue for sure. Wait, this bow is yellow. I forgot. Oh my god, I forgot my bow was yellow. I forgot I got the ALK at the beginning. Oh, I made such a fucking huge mistake. I made such a huge mistake, man. Damn it. Oh well. Goodbye, a wisdom for no reason. A wisdom I probably didn't have to spare. I'm not sure if it's worth it to open these chests, but sometimes they drop me some real nice stuff. I'm 100% picking that up. We're not leaving a transmute. My XP is decent. My time is not so great. Those gloves are way better than mine. Rustic sash, I'll take that. Okay, I just got a damage increase. I like that. Yeah, keep dropping those wisdoms, guys. You're doing great. So this time is now, I would say, pretty damn terrible. This time I'm just going way too slow here. Everything is too slow here. So I went and explored over there, so the door should be this way. And it is. Okay, thank God. Okay. Can we do this quickly, by chance? Keep dropping me those. One, two, three. 2, 3. That was a very godly kill for me. Very godly. Let's not do too much thinking here. Let's get rid of all that. Can I purchase? I don't need an ion ring. I do need frost blink. Void manip. Momentum, go over here. I'll take that. Do you have anything good for me? Yes, you do. 2 orbs of transmute. Thanks, God. Can I also buy... Oh, man, dude. It could have been so good. It's just so unfortunate. I needed that to not be a blue bow. Too bad. So normally when it's this layout... Okay. Okay, I think I know what this is. It's in the bottom... Actually, it could either be bottom left or bottom right. It could be either, I believe. Like, tie killer or I'm Exile would be able to tell the difference. I can't tell the difference between this one, but it won't cost me much either way. So let's just kind of head both ways until we see the door. Okay, it's bottom. It's got to be bottom left then. It's got to be this way. Yep. I can't get through the 5 seconds standing in a door. I have no way to swing around here. Okay. This is going to be a terrible time now because of how bad that was. Yeah. That looks wrong, so let's go this way, and I'm gonna assume it's bottom left. Not 100, but that's what I'm going with. Not 100% sure. I can't move, I can't move, I can't move. I'm getting chain frozen. Both of those are very good for later. Take that wisdom. Okay, a 1440 Brutus is terrible, but this also needs to be Frostblink. This is a nice little time for me to fix my dude. gonna die here again, unfortunately. $16.25 in here isn't great, but level 9. Okay. I don't even think I have an omelet, or I do have an omelet. Okay. I need to get some Quicksilver charges here. Got 10 minutes to finish the act. I will be able to do that easily if things go well. I don't know which way to go here. I'm guessing it's not that way. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing it's not that way. I'm guessing it would open this way. Leather belt is nice. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? We're about to find out. Yep, I'm wrong. Should have went the other way. Big time loss. Big time loss. We're 10 now. I don't have the highest... Dude, I was just 2 steps away from going the right way. I just lost 30 seconds for nothing. I didn't assume that it would curve toward the way that the road curved the incorrect way behind me, but nope, it did. So that was wrong. 18 minutes into the ship thing is terrible. Oh well. Am I still level 9? No, I'm level 10. Okay, so I'm got pretty good XP here. XP is pretty good here. I don't have a portal scroll, but the doors should be right here. That's weird that that happens sometimes. I didn't actually... Oh, wait. Oh, it was the opposite. Oh, this is... Oh, this is the door. Oh. Wait, what? I don't think I've ever seen that. That's another good chunk of time lost. Oh well. Another chunk of time gone. It's got to be this way. Tell you one thing that helps so much if you can find it is movement speed boots. Dude, if you're lucky enough to find that in Act 1, you're just flying. Can you hear it in the mic? Did you hear how hard I was mashing dash? That's just how long I was stunned for. Okay, when I go back... Yeah, I don't have enough... How many transmutes do I have? Hopefully enough. Start with this chain belt here. Okay. Now I need to sell. Okay. I need to buy volley. I need to buy withering. I need to buy shield charge. I need to buy faster attacks. And I need to buy a flask. I did it. And then I need you to give me precision. And then I need you to sell me a 3-link something. This. And it's a... It's perfect. Very good. Okay. I don't know which way to go. A couple of mistakes were made. Is this a dead end? Oh my god! Look at this dead end that I just ran in. Oh, that's the dead end of all dead ends. Oh my god. Oh wait, if it's this way, I'll forgive you. If it's this way, I'll forgive you, Grinding Gear Games. Did I die? I don't even know how to approach answering that. I die like 300 times playing this. I'm like, it's not a function of did I die, it's more of a function of I was never alive. Did I die? I'm spamming. You could see I was spamming Frostblink. Would have been like a high 25 anyway. Terrible. That's a terrible run. At least a 25 is a terrible run for me. I was spamming Frostblink, but it was on cooldown. Okay, they're restarting Path of Exile. Pharaoh, J-Coop, Doom Gamer, Fably, Pittigy, Walfergus, Braden. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Yeah, it's time for Diablo 4. When is Diablo 4? Is it now or is it in an hour? Is it now or is it in an hour? Oh my god, it's now. Oh shit. Oh, well, that's perfect timing. Lit. Oh my God, really?
Of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth. The tentacles come out from the mass and they grab
How's the volume, guys?
the humanoid and kind of pull the body back so that the slit in the belly opens up and all of the hatred just pours out in a straight beam. It's pretty gross.
The Hollows are just such a unique family. From the moment they spawn in on your screen, you can tell that they are different. They have just such unique behaviors and animations.
We were able to execute on a vision that's really just so different than what we typically do.
We will switch to Path of Exile when it starts, so we'll watch the hour.
Everyone just got it.
They
understood what the monster was.
We should hit
they
everything,
got the vision, and
except for like the Q&A, which is fine, doesn't matter. Let me change my category to...
The eye on the screen has many functions. It keeps me in the right frame of mind.
I feel like that guy's a kung fu master in real life.
It should be
horrifying. Has to be. Look at him.
I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder of that. The eye also serves as a warning. Like, get moving. Don't dwell too long and wander around, you know. Get this thing moving.
Diablo it is.
Get the work done.
God, I hope this is a nice campfire, guys. Please, we need it. Yeah, I see you, Callie. Hi, Callie. I see you. Yeah, I see you. What's up?
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. We end with a creepy eyeball we were just talking about. This one is our patch 2.1 PTR Campfire Chat. I know we were just here last week when we were talking about the mid-season update, but this one is kind of like the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and Season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn, who have appeared on prior Campfire Chats. We were going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon. And we do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway, who's going to be talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1.
Please be good.
He's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket. We have our new black Diablo 4 jackets as well. Look at this. Models. How are you, Dan? Hopefully you're good. And he's not sure if he can hear me.
Oh, no.
But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR is coming up soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the U.S., and so we are going to be talking about some of the content before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after the stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out. So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the U.S. holidays here for Thanksgiving.
So we get 3 days, 3rd, 4th, 5th. Okay, 3 days, that's fine.
For players to kind of jump into. But I know what we want to do is really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for the first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
Oh, no.
Dan can't currently hear.
All right, what happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, you know, maybe we don't have satellites working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes first.
Sure.
So Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson.
Technical difficulties,
Just a reminder, Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So, Charles,
yeah,
take us through
absolutely. I love to talk about some of the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through
individual class by class, seeing some of the new stuff that's coming for a lot of classes. Let's start with the Barbarian, I believe is the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing pretty well across the board. They're always a step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe a step and a half below, and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board for them here, specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the best.
Leafquake, I absolutely love it. The visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really we took some lessons from what we did on rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage.
This isn't what they wanted to start with,
overall.
by the way.
It's a little bit less finicky too, right?
I want to hear the
It lasts
season 7
after
stuff.
Earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
So this is
Absolutely.
not what they wanted to
so we think
open
this would
with.
just be a much more comprehensive build overall.
So I'm
We've also
waiting for
got
the season
new
7
legendary
stuff.
that talks directly to Earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool. And we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR. But I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR. All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. That was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogenous. You felt like you had to do this in order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
This is fine as long as they
hopefully there's a lot more
compensate
builds,
us
right?
for it.
Absolutely.
Let's see what the compensation
that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build. So an example here on Devouring Blaze, you've got
unless
bonus,
you're playing fire.
Previously, it was bonus
Unless you're
critical
playing
strike
fire.
damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits. Devouring Blaze is now even more valuable for those builds, and it's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds. All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning.
That's it, just a nerf, that's it? Just
Ball
nerf?
Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these Mage's Ball Lightning and Wizard's Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some crackling energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these.
One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stun enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning stun effects. And then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more cracked energy, just more consistent generation there. All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the Sork, talking about Ball Lightning. So this is actually something interesting we're doing this season where we're making 2 uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball, really. You send it forward, it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style, so the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which is kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that caused it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique and also has some additional bonuses. To encourage this kind of playstyle. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
This is like a fun trade-off now and sort of how you want to use Ball Lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques. Is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build.
The idea of
One thing I do want to
good.
call out here is the inherent affects on this, right up near the top.
Sure
that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around and just keep on clicking that Ball Lightning, and you're not going to have to stop like that.
Conceptually,
very
the
short
idea
half-second
of
stop to
competing
cast it. It
uniques
just feels
to
much
branch
smoother. And
your
this is
Ball
one
Lightning
that
in
you really
different ways.
This build
good.
is just wants to be on the move,
right?
And that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the Druid
This is what
next.
the skill tree
so this
should
one,
actually do.
Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think they've been maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's history. And so this season, a lot of our updates are really focused on building.
I told them to
making
put
that
the
build
dash
come
and
up to
shred
par.
inherent. Let's see if they did it.
Pure werewolf.
Mixing it with other
I
things.
told them this.
Yeah, a lot of times you saw some
long time.
rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is. Let's take a look at some of these updates. So we've got updates to Shred, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core combo, but then it also enhances all of the other poisoning
Isn't the
damage
other
that you apply
upgrade
through
the
something
dash
like rabies.
on Shred? Isn't it competing with the dash?
All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now, this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still
You would
Boulder
never take
is
that, right?
a skill that we
'Cause the other
saw a
one
good
dashes.
opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically, the identity was Poison Boulder. Like just a giant ball of poison.
Yeah.
What does that look like, or what does that do?
Changing the damage type always helps sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it too. I'm not sure if we have a video on that. I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah. People will see it on the PTR, but it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah, and so that one will be very cool. Definitely check that one out.
This one I'm very excited about because Bloodhowl,
It
as we
competes
see,
with the dash,
has always
man.
just generated spirit, but now.
You didn't put the
it
dash
was always
in the skill?
just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really committing to that identity and just making sure that felt like an appropriate payoff. And this is one of the areas that we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing. But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling for shred, you're going to do some bonus hits. And it looks so cool. Your werewolf is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack. And so if you're really close, you're just going to get maybe one additional strike. But if you're at this further distance, as you see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really about positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past. And you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do kind of execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's going to be really great for like movement, just moving around across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been asking for, so it'll be cool to see people kind of
that
like
works because the first attack dashes. The first attack dashes, but you miss the dashes on all the other attacks.
Also, right? Because you can imagine like launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific targets that you really want to launch to, and that's how you optimize that build combat-wise.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Rain. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions.
Okay, so
when you cast Hurricane,
that I like.
all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own.
I like that.
And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages these companion-based builds that already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your Hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as you can. They all get Hurricanes, and you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
That's super cool.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one that Shadow Clone has been probably the Rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills. And that was for a variety of reasons. And not to get too technical here on the details, but for a lot of the effects that that you have with your legendaries and your passives and those kind of things, historically Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses, it wouldn't trigger all of the effects, and the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for like thousands, right?
Yeah.
And so we really looked at that comprehensively and thought, okay, we need to kind of rethink how Shadow Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system. And the long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season, where they're going to trigger all of your lucky hit effects. They're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working with. So just one example here, a very simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now in the past, that was only when your player character, critically strike with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your Druid companions or your Shadow Clone critically strikes. But now all of that will work. So your companions or your summons or your Shadow Clone critically strikes and you have Wind Strikers, now your character gets that bonus.
It's huge.
Yeah, I really can't overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with.
So now you can use a bunch of pets to trigger a bunch of powers that you would normally have to trigger yourself. So there's probably going to be some crazy combos which make like Pet Druid or Summon Necro god tier. Even if you aren't a Summon Necro, you can just summon stuff in order to gain a massive advantage.
Viewed with some bonus potency, so they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free Shadow Imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing Shadow Step builds, one of my favorite ones with Rogue, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with Shadow Step now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a Shadow Imbuement explosion, and then move on.
This is very good for like speed farming. I don't see how this could be good.
Really cool, unique for that kind of build.
High level gameplay. But for
additionally, caltrops, maybe the skill that was the most kind of clunky on control-wise to use.
Thank God, seriously.
If you've ever tried to use caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your character would leap backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction, wouldn't hit the enemies. We've updated the animation here to just basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back into like a giant mob and going like, well, I didn't calculate that correctly. So that update, we were talking about this beforehand, like before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing God. I was like, oh my God, please. So I'm excited for that.
Caltrop should be so much more usable now, and we think that this is a really good change going forward.
Yeah.
All right, on to the Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some an overpower once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life, and now we're just tacking on a big chunk of overpower damage to it. We definitely felt like these pure blood-based overpower builds were just not quite hitting that mark. And, just pumping the power into these pure builds through Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine.
You see something.
On to the next, we've got one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have two uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well, this time in the pants slot. And they're both going to be working with Blood Wave. So this one, Kasemi's Legacy, will cause, instead of shooting one Blood Wave out forward, you're going to get two that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well.
They already have three
definitely turns Blood Wave into a much more
builds.
damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd
And
control.
they doubled the damage of the
super
key
well, that
passive?
Absolutely,
Holy shit.
absolutely. Especially if you want to be using this for that big damage moment.
Blood Necro is going to be absolutely
Now the alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the Blood Wave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the targets in a bone prison. So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone. So a little bit less of the pure blood and much more about combining the two. Now, additionally, you see we're using some bone spears here, or should I say blood spears, because that is what they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and instead of costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse to fire an extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the Bone Spear and the Blood Wave, and then casting Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of warned at the start. Spiritborn we recognize has been one or multiple steps above most other classes, and players have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn. Very powerful, and we really like that. But we do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have like a lot of the classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race where we just have to continuously sort of ask you, the player, to chew through 20 different torment tiers because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of our target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too
Way
high
outside
up.
of that, yeah.
And it's rather than try to power creep the whole game, we'd like to make sure we make some small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those ones that don't have enough love, and then get Spiritborn back down to a more healthy spot. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest offenders, or biggest power points rather, of on the Spiritborn was the Rod of Kapaleki here. This one is the one that converts your core skills into basic skills, and it used to do reduced damage based on vigor cost, and admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously, it was 1 to 3%. Now it'll be down to 0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot, but still kind of retain the core fantasy and the core build implications of this item. It just won't be pushing quite the same trillions of damage that we were seeing before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out here at the above, like viscous shield and things like that, scaling in unintended ways that were just way outside of our expectations.
Yeah, definitely some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations.
Move the camera. You're right.
All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got a new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talons, that causes you a Razor wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage, and Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. It stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up to as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused uniques as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here. This one would trigger Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the ring slot. So we've reduced that down to every 4 seconds. You'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the vigor generated goes up from 1 up to 3. So a lot more resource generation, because your rings are often resource generated ones, so we want to make sure this is a compelling option compared to your other choices at the ring slot. All right, so let's talk a little bit about some of the broader updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good, gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example here on Lacerate, we've got at rank 5, Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage, because it's now getting that critical strike damage scalar. And so if you really want to build a dedicated Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect, this is going to be a great way to build around it, and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us add more things that incentivize you to actually put some points into skills.
Yeah. So often,
I wouldn't say that what I'm seeing right here is revolutionary, but this is what they need to do. They need to make the game more complicated. They need to, as you build up your character, you need to have choices. Do I play ball lightning like this or ball lightning like this? Do I invest into the full ultimate, and do they actually change and do something? At least this is the correct trajectory.
legendary aspects to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills.
But yeah, the numbers
So we've got
changes
the
are
Vehement
boring.
Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30% for 8 seconds. And you also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Nice.
We've also got the Ring of Apogic Fervor, which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers, but it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult many times in a row. This one is going to be a great legendary for those style of builds. All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune, this generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once. And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generating all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah, so it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is a good tuning knob to kind of make sure that, hey, we can give you the strong moment of power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good and feels really rewarding to get that. So let's talk about some of the other runes. We've got
some new runes to show off.
Yeah, so we've got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon is our new catch-all term for anything that you summon. It's pretty self-explanatory, but that includes things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow Clones, and even Barbarian Ancients from some of your effects. Call of the Ancients and some of the legendaries that summon those. Those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually generating about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash it all in, you probably trigger the rune it's connected to, you get a big overflow, you get a big moment of power there. And finally, we've got the Chak rune that generates, or requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those it's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades. Yeah. So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots of runes.
Yeah.
Lots of rune updates. Lots of changes coming to classes. There's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR. And of course, really need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know There's some people going in chat going like, hey, I'm noticing like, you know, maybe you're giving a lot of offering and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that. Let us know. Like, we want people to try those out, like test it out so that we have the feedback so that before we go live with patch 2.1, we can end up making any feedback changes based off of community feedback. So lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking us through all the different class changes and everything like that, Charles. Do we have Dan available from Albany? We do have Dan. Dan is actually going to walk us through. Oh, there we go. I was like, Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
yes, I was.
Here's the actual season.
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So, Dan, if you want to take it away and talk to us a little bit about it.
Come on, Dan.
Absolutely.
Help us.
A couple of technical difficulties could not keep me from sharing this with everybody. So, this PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in season 7, and we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, you know, like Adam was saying, really have those iteration cycles where y'all are able to test and
what is that?
Show what's working and what isn't.
Huh.
This is also going to be the first time since season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in season 2, Season of Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your Sanguine Circle. And so for season 7, it could be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now.
Season 2 was their best season.
What y'all can play in a couple
weeks. Okay.
So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, you know, the season is about witchcraft. So there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers. And they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar. You're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft. Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. You know, we wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use.
Thank you.
And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you. And so equipping is going to be super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. And you're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for, you know, really special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory using Restless Rot. So again, we're streamlining the process to you know, make it easy for players
That's
to
exactly was the
equip
biggest problem.
And upgrade their
They
witchcraft.
learned.
Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards. And so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's Favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including items and materials and things like that.
Whispers is pretty much all game modes,
to this
so I guess
season,
that's fine.
You're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft. And then you will have new things you can learn from those altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your Coven's favorite
I just
rank.
expected it to.
And
be
of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And yeah, we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here.
Yeah.
And yeah,
like,
let us know what you think.
Go
about
out
it.
and hunt for rare shit
Now,
that's powerful.
Let's talk about some of the witchcraft itself. We've talked it up a bit.
I don't know if they mean
we're
like
going
that. I think they mean random spawns
it's
within
over
dungeons.
20 powers,
not like an altar
for the season, and we're going to show you 4 of those right now.
I hope that's
let's
not
talk
what they
about
mean.
the first one. This one's really popular. This is the
I
poison
don't think they
frog.
mean like altars of Lilith.
So the poison frog, as you
I
imagine,
hope
is
to
a
God they don't
servant that
mean
you
that.
can summon that fights alongside you. As its name implies, it will poison your enemies, and if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously.
Poison frog
with a lot
serpent?
of poison damage.
Servant?
Folks are having a lot of fun with this one.
Best name we could come up with.
Next up is Doom
that's a better
Orb.
name.
Doom Orb is a pure orb of eldritch energy.
That looks really fucking
that circles
sweet, by the
around
way.
you and damages any enemy it
Look
touches.
how sweet that looks.
And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning.
Okay,
also
that was
another
pretty sick,
favorite
actually.
At this point. Vengeful Servant. So Vengeful Servant, as the name implies, is another servant like the frog. And this one will absorb damage and then rush enemies. And then last but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about. And this is Piranado.
That looks much better than Diablo 3's
This one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy,
I think the visuals
there's a
are
chance
incredible.
that you will then proc the Piranado. And the Piranado, as you can see, sucks everything into it in a swirling dervish of fish and destruction. So yeah, that's a peek at some of the witchcraft powers you're going to be able to play with soon.
Okay.
But what good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season to participate in?
Thank you. That's
and
what I
so
was gonna
these
say.
come in the form of headhunts. Now, headhunts are a whisper-driven activity. And so the tree is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are subzone takeovers, similar to Hell Tides. They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems. Let's talk about occult gems. Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special socketables that have unique effects that help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot. And so this is a way of basically having them coexist with runes. And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit. So each occult gem has built-in defense. We don't want you to have to make a choice between, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem.
Well, it actually gives you both.
All of these occult gems have defense built into them, so that really you're getting a bonus above and beyond those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you. Killing Wind. This is going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got Duststone. This is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other 2 I talked about.
I really wish it wasn't damage,
This is going to boost when you use Hex
with
and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Piranado I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction.
It looks
so you
like
can kind of get a
great
sense
system.
that the occult gems are providing you even more incentive.
It's a good system. Bring back the season that everybody liked. Improve the UI. Give us a special stash tab for it. Add new things to hunt for. Add secrets. Add new socketable things. All of that is good. But then it's fucking plus damage.
The Tree of Whispers, we've got the witches around them, so we thought, well,
that's the problem.
We should, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it. So the first thing we've done is we've updated the town around the Tree of Whispers. We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season. And we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things.
Thank you.
But sometimes, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of grim favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone, and that allows you to turn in your grim favor on the spot so that you don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, when you're in a flow, you can go to the Raven of the Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting. And then finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers. So we've added ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So yeah, I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming PTR. So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR and, of course, Season 7. I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer. You don't have to walk all the way across to walk all the way back to the waypoint or to get to the vendors and everything. So there's a lot of big changes with that. And please do choose the ancestral cache.
Yes,
like,
so powerful.
Why would you not? Yeah.
And I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or of the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about. And Mr. Colin Feiner will talk and walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. So most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. So what that means is, if you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because we added the really cool Soul Stone. I kept calling it the Vessel of Hatred Crystal, but it's a Soul Stone. That really cool Soul Stone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like, I have to have it in this season or something like that. You know, you probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied, the floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of the 4GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit. I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4GA with a really crappy unique power roll.
It's always great getting a 4GA and then like and then rolling 1%.
Yeah. That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like, oh, I got a 4GA. Well, my 1GA1 is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing. So we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is comprehensively, just better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that should help quite a bit. And then I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is Ancestral Legendaries. They are now going to, when an Ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the Legendary Aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate Ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, Ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an Ancestral drops because it's always the best sort of top end ranks of that legendary power that could drop.
We saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit of people going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit that on our end. And this just makes it easier and better for players in being able to grab it. It's not Colin behind the scenes on a computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
Grind harder.
So that most definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for players overall.
Yeah, definitely. And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the Ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not going to be raining from the sky, but it's definitely a pretty substantial increase that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
And then the next one, so we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall, but to compensate, we're actually adding a sink for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be ancestral once you get into the torment. So it's a really nice way for us to sort of make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments, they're worthless, right?
Awesome, yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith, right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes, or every class has this special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome.
Told them this as well.
So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot. And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one. Now, for every
Yes.
class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do choose to do it, but you're going to get that mechanic right off the bat.
That's awesome.
You only have to do
you
the
could
class
still just log into your
quest
seasonal
once
character
now,
and do it
is
to
what
unlock the
he's
class
just
mechanic.
said.
Not,
You do
we
the
don't
class
require you
quest
to log
one
into your
time
original
ever on
character.
your
Yeah,
account.
to get those.
You don't have to do it every time.
Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always like check the time, like, oh, I'm level 40. I should probably go do my class quest.
I have definitely forgotten to unlock my golem on my necromancers for a little longer than I would like to admit.
Well, production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we
There
don't
we
have to
go.
say this is in
Okay.
development still.
Armory.
Because Armory is coming with
Count it,
Season
count it.
7 patch 2.1.
play
So,
later.
Colin, want to
I'm
go through it
busy,
all?
Ken.
Absolutely, yeah. This one was a really
Go
niche
take a nap.
request. We had to dive super deep into the forum.
Yeah.
So that one guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature. We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds. It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all your Paragon glyphs. You can even name it. And what this really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your Fireball build, but you got this really sweet Ball Lightning unique, now it's really easy to just save off that Fireball build if you ever want to come back to it, and you can start building out that Ball Lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're
told them
just
to do that
saving
as
the
well.
equipment, right?
Yeah.
So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, you know, it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one.
Yep.
So you do probably want to get multiple sets of gear if you want to be building this up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all of the new build possibilities that we introduce every season.
The
with new
downside is
items
when you
and
go to
updates.
town, you
Absolutely.
download everybody's
And it's
armory.
in all the main towns. It's even in the training rooms, which is very nice. And it's important to note that we will swap it from anywhere. So if the equipment is in your stash or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Absolutely.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be able to really utilize the feature, which I think is great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around. And
I think the end result of it just doing more damage at the end of everything that they built here, and the fact that there is no actual real new activity is a big L. But a lot of these things are actually pretty nice for the game. The game is certainly getting better.
So want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR, give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch itself. But for the PTR, it won't actually be, there won't be controller support on it. So
Season
I just
8 will be a
caveat that
banger.
now for players that are actually that do play on a controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and items are related to that. New rune words, reworked rune words as well. We have, of course, all the Season 7 stuff that Dan talked about with the witchcraft powers, and of course our new gems, the occult gems. So we want players to actually jump in and try those out, and with all the quality of life fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump into Q&A before
We're not going to do Q&A. We're going to do Path of Exile 2. Let me do a super fast update, and we go Path of Exile 2. Callie, no, go away. God damn. Jesus Christ. All right. So a quick update, and then we go POE2. Yeah. Okay, so the Season 7 PTR starts on December 3rd. Class updates. Barb's getting a lot of buffs. They said they're really behind. Hoda and Leapquake. They're nerfing the Firebolt enchantment and the Devouring Blaze, and I don't think we're getting anything. They didn't say we're getting anything for it, so it's just nerfed, so that's bad. Ball Lightning is getting buffed. They're having two competing uniques. I believe it's in the offhand slot, so you can build your Ball Lightning differently. The idea of this is good. This is something that I wish was in the skill tree where you could actually build completely different setups. I guess this is a start of doing that, and they're also doing that with Necro with Bloodwave. Druids seem to be getting a lot of buffs. They're buffing Shred, but one of the upgrades that they were buffing was the one competing with the dashing, and then they had bonuses for dashing on the legendary power. So I'm really not sure how excited I am for that. I guess we'll have to test it. Boulder does poison damage, and now hurricanes also spawn on your wolves. So rogues for shadow clones and other summons in the game are significantly buffed because now they can trigger lucky hit and damage modifiers and multipliers. So if you have a pair of boots that say when you crit, you get 19% movement speed, instead, now all of the summons in the game, summons and wolves and shadow clones, can now proc it for you. So maybe we can like build up a ton of stagger, for example, and your minions to stagger the bosses instantly. And Caltrops, the jumping backwards, got removed. Blood overpowering significantly buffed. Bloodwave has those competing uniques like Ball Lightning does. Spiritborn is just getting nerfed, essentially. Ultimates, now at rank 5, give you extra powers, and there's new legendary powers for the ultimates. They're doing some redesigns for rune words, and they have new runes. On the Season 7 PTR, you're going to be able to play the actual season power, and there's a new thing called Witchcraft. Think of it like Season 2. Season 2 is probably the best season so far for Diablo 4. You're going to get certain powers. They're not vampire powers, they're witch powers. They have a seasonal tab, and they seem to have a very nice UI. So that's an improvement over the previous seasons. You do whispers, you unlock witchcraft things, and you actually go hunt special witchcraft powers in the world. So finally, they're adding stuff for you to go out and hunt for. I've been begging for that. The new activity is called headhunting. It's like Helltide with new whispers and quests. And there's new bosses that are going to give you occult gems. And my problem with occult gems is they seem to just be damage increases. Yeah, we'll switch to PoE right now. The new Tree of Whispers Town got buffed. You can now you can now turn in your Grim Favors at ravens all around the world. There are now ancestral caches for better rewards. Paragon XP is going to transfer on non-season. The number of greater affixes on a unique is going to raise the floor of that unique's power. So the better of the item that you find, the better the unique power will be. Ancestral items got buffed, and you only have to do the class quests one time. And finally, the armory is here. It's free to respec and all of that good stuff. So my opinion here on this Campfire is Diablo 4 is becoming a better game, and we'll test everything next week. There aren't any leaderboards. There's nothing for you to go do after you make these super powerful builds, other than maybe the witchcraft bosses are really hard, but I bet they aren't. So it's moving the game in the right direction. A lot of quality of life stuff. I do think it will be fun for a period of time, but I'm still waiting for where's the endgame content that's going to keep me hooked for a long time. So now let's go to PoE. Is it Path of Exile? 108,000 people, by the way.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain?
Let me change the game here.
Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, blade on!
Someone already did it, thank you.
Come on, come on! I'm ready! I'm ready! It's a man!
No, it's not.
This is very dark for me. I can barely see it.
Captain! Captain!
This is fucking awesome.
What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is it?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
That looked incredible to me.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
I'm gonna take notes here.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs. Some have said, my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice. We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must. those who obsess with death. Let them soon be acquainted with it.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced POE2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the endgame. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable.
Oh,
for 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of POE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren...
No! Traverse the barren?
...plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Vaal city. There are challenges...
Come on, game. Work with me here. Okay, it's not just me. It's
challenging monsters, hidden runes, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available.
Find it on YouTube.
Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in POE2,
they aren't
you'll
on
want
YouTube.
to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
Are they on YouTube? I couldn't find it. Is the live stream on YouTube,
you'll first
guys?
need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in POE2. You can choose an existing...
Oh my god. No! Never want anything. Blizzard is DDoSing them. Blizzard, let them have their announcement. Is there an online Magic 8-Ball? We need to get to the bottom of this. Okay, type my question here. Cannot predict now. Oh. Oh, shit. Who do you guys think it was? No, it said it wasn't Blizzard.
Sir, Just what are we facing here?
Precious. Those who
power and tends to harness. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of POE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Utsal, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden runes.
Okay, we're back, boys. We're back.
Lost camps
okay.
and treasures.
Here we are.
Roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation. On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, Early Access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in POE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
It's Wave of Light from Diablo 3.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in POE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The Monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The Monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks.
Hell yeah!
Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the Warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Oh my god, thank you.
Among the skill option for maces, you'll find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills.
Hammer of the Gods.
Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The Warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In POE2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The Warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the Earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance.
God, this game is fucking amazing.
There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In POE2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes.
Oh my god, this game looks so
You might
good.
have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In POE2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters.
Such a better system.
You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the Mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to Fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a backseat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
Oh my god, dude.
It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many
Monk,
skills and
warrior,
options as
ranger,
these.
witch, sorceress.
There's a lot more to come.
What did I miss? I thought he said
There's one
6.
more important thing to mention about skills.
Who did I miss?
Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems. Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from,
new players.
and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact.
New players that have anxiety.
Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it.
That's good.
And if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas.
Good.
Now all of this is just scratching the surface.
Good for the.
You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground.
I like that a lot.
Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster, you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely.
Dude, that rebound
Note
looks
that
so
even
good.
though this is in the mercenary section,
Jesus
this
Christ.
would work with projectiles from all classes. So there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree.
That rebound looks
In
so
order to
nice.
get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
I'm gonna stop taking notes. I'm just gonna listen.
Or how about Mind Over Mana, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree.
Dude, you could make
For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire
and a
lightning
farming weapon
specialization.
and press one button and switch it on the boss.
Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
While you're playing
or perhaps
the game.
you could have a full curse setup on your witch
Like you
to
don't go
debuff
back, you
enemies
literally
before switching to a
switch
chaos
in the middle of
degen
the
build
map.
for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too.
God, that map
On the
is
map
so
you
much
can see
better than their
icons that
piece of
indicate
shit
the many
map that they
optional
have now.
encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items.
Are there 9
If you're having
acts?
trouble getting past a boss,
9
it might
acts
be a
at
good
the
idea
top?
to explore and see what you can find.
It's 6 and
For
3.
example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades.
If you guys
There's
gonna
one
be
in each act.
busy on
And we
POE2's
haven't even
release,
talked
you
about
have
the
to
most
change your
important
plans,
elements of
Kirk.
character
You have
progression.
to change your plans.
Items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods.
So it never gets worse. It's always
One of the
adding,
things we think is really
adding,
important is to make these
adding.
options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in POE2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an artificer's orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
It's like keeping your
body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket.
Way better than crafting on one item.
You can also salvage items with quality to create items
really
like
nice,
armor
actually.
scraps or whetstones.
That's
These
really
will
nice.
allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's
Oh, I
build.
love that animation.
They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character. As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike Twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
You imagine
or with Time Snap, she can reset all her
multiplayer,
cooldowns
one person's
and
a
cast all her spells again.
Chronomancer, freezing time, and the other guy just
On the
murders
Warrior, you
everything
can
they
choose
can't
between the
even play.
Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies.
Notice
she can also transform into a literal demon.
Damage.
While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well.
This is why this
so
is
if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots. Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you socket more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access, but one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed in the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim?
I don't know what this is. I know
Some
this
rooms
is
are
in
more
POE1,
dangerous,
but I don't know
afflicting
what
you
it
with
is.
debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him. Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend. But first, the loot. The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
This is fine.
For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release.
This is far beyond what
While
I thought
exploring
we
the
would
Vaal
get,
jungle, you'll
actually.
discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we will be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content.
That's exactly right.
We want to make sure that in POE2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of POE2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea.
Yes!
Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases.
Works for me.
That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins.
Works for me.
Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
Makes sense.
What is the endgame?
Works for me.
To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need Waystones. Each Waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the Waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world.
You can't skip the tough
If you
monsters.
die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle.
This almost reminds me of Ritual instead of Strongbox.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations. A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played POE1, you might be familiar with Breach. For POE2, we have created sequels to several POE1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Raycast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each endgame mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mobs. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
We that dreamed. We in nightmare. We that are one. Fate relies truth.
POE2 has this, and we get Tomb Lord.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of POE2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the Breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the Breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the Twisted Domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast.
His name is Shit.
Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for metacrafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Azmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the Ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, but the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the endgame systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill. There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft, but it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might reroll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods. Vaal Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for POE2. As you can see, this project is
early
crazy
access
huge,
of POE2.
way bigger than even we expected when we started
They said that
out.
the launch would be double.
How do you gain access?
Double.
Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing POE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to POE2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in POE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
Yeah, he does. Are you kidding me? Get that thing away from me.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble.
Look at that guy.
Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with 2 powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving, entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect. the king of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vile supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vile and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vile weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vile did. Thaumaturge of the Vile supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vile Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out in return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp?
I don't need to buy this.
Replace your crafting bench in your
but
hideout
I'm going to
with
buy
the
the highest
Canoe
supporter pack
bench,
just to support
where
grinding
Ancestral
gear
Chief
games.
Mata will summon a giant canoe
I have a key
manned
anyway,
by
but I'm going to
Karui
buy it
warriors
anyway.
to aid in your crafting desires.
So they make another game.
We must all start somewhere.
I'm gonna buy the highest one,
skins.
and looks like I'll have extra keys.
Felling axe
I'll
skin
give
to
away
your
the
one-hand or
keys if I'm
two-handed
allowed
axes,
to.
or Tukohama's Crusher to your
I'll give you guys
one-handed
the
or
keys
two-handed
so you can
maces.
play. I'm gonna buy it just to support them.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic,
I just
they
want
make
them
the
to keep
perfect
making
sidekick.
games. Just keep making games.
Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi was slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future.
The highest pack is $480.
Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form. Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to endgame maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Ray class supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now almost all of these items are available to use in POE1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails, and there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in POE2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
So one thing that I think I'm pretty good at, well, I think I at least pat myself on the back for something is, can usually, oh fuck, we're already going here.
And Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure.
You've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen. Honestly, it's so much.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people...
Remember in Diablo 4's early access when we got to do Act 1? What I can't remember. What's the zone that Kiova shot is in? That's all we had, level 25.
Yeah, placeholder endgame and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But... You've made a decision here, clearly, that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure...
peaks, yeah.
Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame.
Look how sick that office
so
is.
That's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of, different endgame things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable endgame that you feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaigns intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and
it's
honestly, made a world of difference.
Just Diablo 4.
Made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It's every single
definitely hard though, because
every time
we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten all these acts in if we hadn't have changed direction. It's like to actually say, you know what, we're going to specifically not finish this content that we'll be working on, that we it's like pens down everyone, we're stopping work on this, we're going to move over to endgame because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's like, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're doing something else now. So
saving clothes, yeah.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years.
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's like just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are like, we're just churning out endgame with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it. You know, we talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you. So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, like if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep,
POE is the only one that
I
has
just
a real
think it would not
endgame.
have landed nearly as well
One
without
of the
that.
only
And I think
ones, really.
it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the POE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, you know, we have to make sure that they also feel like, you know, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And you definitely want all those different axes as well. Like just having two, right? You'll get a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us.
That is part of it, but Diablo 4 has a lot of options. You can do Helltide or Nightmare Dungeons or the Pit or da-da-da-da-da. It's just not rewarding, and there's no purpose to it, and it's not fun. So yes, variety does matter, but it's also Path of Exile gives you something to do.
Especially when it's all like, you know, like people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content. It's like we have we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe end of day one, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, this is where we've got it now, is it?
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Sure.
A relearning period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, POE2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when POE2 was first put forwards, like, as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and POE1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in POE2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I mean, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, you know, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything, and so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main attraction pieces of the game, and anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote, since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of the codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in POE1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast, and you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original POE2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance, or it was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have, you're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it?
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the POE2 team who have, who are, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for POE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released, but honestly, like POE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out, right? Like, it's just way more difficult. Like, when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like, there's even things like the passive tree, where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like, that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like, it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood. It's good. a few little. I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this
course.
next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here and then, maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's, and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how POE1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
And then, sure, you get done with them eventually and then you've got the next content that comes out. So, in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff. Yeah.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
yeah, absolutely.
There's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about the, playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the POE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is honestly ultra fun for me. I love it.
Yeah.
Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than POE1's, the endgame systems, the bosses. It's not going to be this I personally, when a POE1 league comes out, for example, I play for a month, sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But, I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. Maybe even diving in yourself
100%.
I mean, I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do. But I am very excited for that. That new discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. You know, so
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes, and things like that for both of Exile characters. Yeah.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're gonna get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are gonna think. You know, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos. Ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, like, so when we say we've increased something, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In POE2, like we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle, like.
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
Yeah, I think actually that
chaos
will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
I mean, we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like we have to look at it. So, I mean, look, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025, I think. Really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are going to just be a scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like that's always scary, because it's just. When we add content to POE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, with combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it, because you'd need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies, like actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have we know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
Stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is
reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, you know, or adding certain content where they may, you know, maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. And where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you know, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want. And what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, you know, key to shaping the game in the future. Like, an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like, get back into this, you know, people are seeing, you know, like actually getting back into that and like, yeah, like, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, we, you know, before we released POE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company, like, we are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, you know, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, you know, certainly in less time.
What can they do it better than Diablo 4?
Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like you know, it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
Perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
Yeah, I honestly, as you said, it is early access, it is a beta period, and I'd say, you know, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus we have other systems in there, like, you know, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. You know, these are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, you know, the endgame system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And you, especially as you get towards this point of, you know, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, you know, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just, you know, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving.
One thing that really surprises me about grinding gear games is their willingness to actually just completely change an idea. They obviously have an idea they think that will work, and they'll release it. Like Necropolis, for example, comes to mind. And it came out and people hated it. And then they changed it within a week and they made it a lot better. I think that's probably one of their biggest strengths, honestly.
Pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and be keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't, But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's, things have improved a lot. And honestly, like, that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because, when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning.
Yeah.
And then even at endgame, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at endgame. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in POE1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then the individual mods and the individual stuff seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that.
I mean, everything that their approach to game design, they're not just what they designed, but their rationale behind it and why and the implications of it. This is very, very in line with how my mind thinks about it. Like the way that he describes problems and situations and atmospheres and his solutions to it and the why and the chain reactions to it, I just think are spot on, man.
Mana, and are we always going to be using mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want, because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana, not
Of course. I mean, so we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. I think it works, and I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not going to have to crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I think. I was going to say, Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the industry. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one.
But no one is happy about giving accuracy, but no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then everyone's going to come up with in chat a bit, I bet they'll be saying, it can give this or this, whatever. But there's seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then it's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So I go home, just make it accuracy again.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. Mm-hmm. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now, I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to. But as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February League. And we're going to make sure that we can do that. One of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you've always had that thing of you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
Funnily enough,
you know, it's just like all that stuff is then, you know, is like coming up soon. So, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that POE1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to endgame, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a bit of a grace period, so to speak, where well, more like a period of extreme amounts of fire, where we're putting out fires everywhere. But we have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plans, and then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems.
And hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like
we don't have to see all the fires.
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever. But we're gonna have to be really on the ball for POE2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look, we have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
This is from he's finding fires already. No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as POE1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience. Indie belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as POE1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in POE2 is much better than what it was in POE1. Like, you know, there's a lot more kind of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also can kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people.
One kind of interesting thing about this is you can tell from the way that they describe it that these guys are like, they aren't just like these overarching game director bosses. They're like knee deep in all of these different like niche conversations from like the lore and the end game and what do stats do and what could they do and this and that and timelines and who's working on what. It's like, they actually seem like very good bosses.
Really, it feels way more annoying, like because there's just this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, you know, like that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, because ultimately, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that there's like all those sort of touch points and little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. That kind of stuff is really important, just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat this quest.
Effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
If you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint, so you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of POE2 from POE1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in POE1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again. And then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, stop opening Eldritch boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being an
so he went out there.
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So,
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. We're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on. Like that stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
there's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like that doesn't work on me. And has a dialogue line, and if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that, but there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, we've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world, they didn't just come into existence the moment that you...
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of history. And these little things like somehow make the world building feels so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want, like, the things happening around me that, like, build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's that's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable as opposed, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and
It makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes in you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking Ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like Ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapons. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the Ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you want to make that super, super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about Ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like, how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 Ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those Ascendancy trials to be able to do your Ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you, as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with, to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean,
just
you're clearly leaning into that now. You have such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with POE2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive
for sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the ascendancies. So, and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, and all like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and POE1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. A lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs and, you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item-generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can also buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure, you know what I mean? It's like... You have the freedom, they are itemized, tradable, as is a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
well, as is everything, right? We do the
Yeah.
only thing you can't trade is gold.
Yeah.
So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
Absolutely.
so you
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
want to trade that away.
Effectively.
Yeah. So how on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
Yeah,
I did the trial.
it is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits, it's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You did.
Not to brag.
Well,
I did.
well,
I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was
yeah.
watching him do the boss fight.
You came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that was
you were
part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the POE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do
Never
Ultimatum.
done
instead,
Sanctum or Ultimatum really
so
at
you got
all.
these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be
And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
Yeah,
everything.
so fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the Kuruia in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the Kuruia ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend in Ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And there's something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. Secret. I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay. Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get, like on regular items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get +1 socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want. But on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's they are Valorbs are more forgiving though. Like,
they are, yeah.
But like if you think about we talked about enchantment, yeah. So some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved.
Yeah.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got this is life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res. And now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet. And I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah.
It's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell, he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied. But it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. Ooh. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being? Or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items that is, I think...
Corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies, but what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get... What we've tried to do is for the classes, we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just, like, if you think even about in POE1, you've got the duelist and you can go like champion.
So just to interject here, like, I don't really want to talk because I don't want to interrupt them, but they're just talking about how their ascendancies are going. Yeah, I've been reading what you guys have been saying in chat. People are asking, have I given up on Diablo 4? I wouldn't say that I've given up on Diablo 4. I'll still be there for the season starts and stuff. This game looks like a game, this Path of Exile 2 looks like it's a game made for me. Looks like I can sink thousands and thousands of hours into this game and actually still feel like I'm getting something out of it. I can beat Diablo 4. I can beat a season in probably like 15 hours. Easily. Torment 4, full power, got everything. And then there's nothing to do. Some of you are asking me if I will. So, first question is, am I going to abandon Diablo 4? No, I wouldn't say abandon. There's a strong chance that this will become my main game, just because it's so much more for my personality. Then people are asking, am I going to make guides for it? Will I make a beginner guide? Will I make build guides? Yes, I will make every guide imaginable. I'll teach you everything about PoE, how to crush every single thing. I'll make god tier build guides. I'll make leveling guides. I'll make everything easily. Don't worry. By the way, so many people have subbed. Thank you guys for all the subs. I'll make everything. I'll teach you everything.
Okay, I'm a ranger. And I'm using a quill rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a spellcaster staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same.
Jesus Christ, Nexus just gifted 100 subs. What was that for, man?
Support zero. There's no, you don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that, and making sure people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that Path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And
thank you, Nexus.
If you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine. And you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
It sounds like
because I said I teach you stuff.
Well, if we're doing our job
I have a feeling you're one person that
and
doesn't
with so
need
of the
any teaching from me. But
got a lot of choices.
I'll make every
the plan
video,
was to,
guys.
have all of the PoE1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing.
Sorry, I'm going to stop muting it here for a second. Just to be very clear, in Diablo 3 and Diablo 4, I think most people would consider me like whatever you call it, an expert, a grandmaster at those games. And in PoE, if you've watched me try to speedrun it the last week, I'm just dog shit, right? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what anything does. I'm constantly confused. I don't know anything compared to the other content creators. I can promise you, I'm making you a promise, it will not be that case in PoE2. It will go back to the Diablo 3, Diablo 4 things. I will study the game. It will be very, very different. There's no more of me being a fucking noob. It's not going to happen.
A PoE1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. Yeah. So, well, yeah, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do
have
wonder
that,
if
you
Pathfinder
could
would be cool with that.
Exactly.
About stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes.
I'm gonna let Callie go
not
potty
really
real
like,
quick. I think she
here's the
has to go.
PoE1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you come with, okay, we need 22, 23, 24, number of skills, something like that. And it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of design them. But when you actually come up with all of the things, you know, the way they interact together, you know, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you know, like you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the, you know, the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You know, you need to be thinking about uniques for the type of you know, for the that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and you know, like it does take you know, like to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. So yeah, that's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But yeah, when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, you know, like it just ended up being too much. So you know, now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. You know, there's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, you know, how that works.
Well,
that requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. You know, like the changes to support gems
John.
and all that.
Appreciate
As
you,
we're
man.
also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. Yeah, like it was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that, you know, as much as you can't play them on day 0, a lot of some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, well, when you click.
I'll answer all these questions you guys have once they're done talking. I'll let you guys ask me whatever you want. I'll answer it all.
A way where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find flame wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh well, why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
you absolutely
that's actually a very cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the you know, actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill. And when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know, that's like that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. And I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades. But then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
so and my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah, you know, like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like and Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you know, you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where, but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting ting ting
And then
ting
you
ting
have
ting.
armor
ting.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and
yeah.
And Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean, that's historically accurate.
yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
Mr. I'll remember a $100 super chat. You're gonna ask me about crafting. I'll help you, man. Thank you, mighty. That's a huge donation.
It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well. Just not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing that's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build. That's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then.
Like you're supposed to be making game,
Exactly,
not hiding your good
exactly.
builds.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? Those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that.
I've never played
and
Path
people
of
are
Exile 2,
understanding what the difficulty's meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even like. There needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there.
Choices.
But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of like, where do I put my model projectiles, where do I put my PS, whatever. Like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It's just it just is what it is. And so I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to, like, if you end up in a situation where you like, I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly. That is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that because it results in this outcome. But like that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like, is that?
I mean, I agree because like, for example, in the build that I play, on all the links that I put in, no matter what I'm doing, I always put faster attacks and momentum. Always. Just attack faster and move faster. Always. So if I only had 1 and 1, then it would change. It would actually make me change my build more and make me think more about it. So I think it's very obvious that this design philosophy that they landed on is great.
Okay, I should only use this grenade normally is what I would be like in
I feel like that's very obvious.
This is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does like interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But
you're
now I'm
speed
actually
running
like,
though.
well,
I would do the
reason
same thing if I wasn't
use
speed
those
running.
lightning ones.
You just want to attack fast and move fast.
I have all these shock
It
support
would be
gems
the
that I'm not
same
using
argument.
anywhere else because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that
do.
occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know.
Yeah.
But it's like
exactly.
it's like that kind of stuff I really
situational.
want to be viable, and that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the mercenary as like this like prepared kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back and in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think
like that.
for Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
but I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like, if you're looking to be able to, like, the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make. You're still adding the skills, you know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head. But what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than
that.
Yeah,
because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
I know that's a lot.
You got what
because there's 20 to 25 for each of the for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120.
That's 300. 25 times 12
it's just a bit over
300.
110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that.
25 times 12.
But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not. You don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
all staffs, wands, and scepters have a skill
exactly. Right? We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but there's, no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
But guys, Diablo 4 has
ascendancy classes with skills.
That's tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah, and those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support any skill that comes from something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's so that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like, oh, I can add additional accuracy to Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like Add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah,
so like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like
that.
really
I like
difficult.
that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually mean it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in POE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Thanks for the invisible aura MTX. Well, it does remind me though. So with all the this is very off topic, but with all the very good teasers you've been doing for like new 3D art for uniques and stuff like that, have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent?
Honestly, it's not in our thing about stuff we're thinking about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in POE2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah, that's going to make people actually want to use it now.
So you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the two trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the relics,
like relics.
in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then you
alleged.
Yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of like put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct end game
exactly,
too. Like,
exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
Or, I mean, I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the
because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we need to come up with a name.
We probably have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty.
Been looking forward to the most was killing everybody.
Once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder. And then there's 4 levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree and. Progression through them is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in POE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better where effectively you can progress all of them and you can either do like, just all in one for a while or you can just like, do each of them as you come to them and, just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. Well, I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree, I would say very much so, to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing, engaging with those mechanics well.
Yeah.
But effectively, you do have to actually to get sustain at higher difficulties. You will need to be able to be making smart choices in terms of allocating and using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. It is part of that sort of story of all of that. Yeah, that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in POE1 a lot of the time, where it's you had to fuel it by going back to maps to,
right.
get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of
find
but effectively, so long as you're doing the content that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily now.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely.
And what does, I saw on the breach nodes, it said increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally, so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0, then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that when I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase the grade of items, not just
that's wild.
making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect. Yeah, it affects other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and POE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say Megalomaniac or Forbidden Flesh and Flame from POE1. So a unique item that is ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right? So a new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty so you can be getting these farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing, if you're never ready for it, if you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard, you can always just respec the nodes.
Yeah, you can unspec them away and then not, just effectively decide, I've got these points, but I'm not, I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think is...
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
and I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems we've used to scale down in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, like because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, like with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing he shoots has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder, and that is going to be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's
can't
better?
believe how long
So this is a very difficult
here.
one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently. Is like the harder you make, the harder.
The stream is chugging, boys.
This content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players because effectively, like a build's only viable if it can defeat, like the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really like. I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is.
Yeah.
Like we have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll see is like, if we find that like, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that because we don't have the crazy history. POE2 does not have the history of POE1 to be able to, to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without,
That being said, though, like the bosses are a lot more skill-based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is, to some degree, necessary because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time, so you do have that thing and you do need to mitigate certain things, but like a lot of these are like very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass.
Do you guys think it'll
the
be
things
harder
that
than
make them
Tomb
hard,
Lord, though?
For sure, but I would say it is very much, a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like, I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit. Or blocking, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or another skill, like some sort of skill that helps you block.
Using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say, any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, this boss is fire immune or something.
Oh, no.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
We need to put Uber Radon
so this,
at
this
the end of Path of Exile 2.
This infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
Yep.
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the
Procedurally
same for all
generated?
your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff. Like, it works like Delve in this respect, which is obviously
Yeah.
a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and it's something that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and POE1, with that feeling of kind of, having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
That's the feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve. So that's, kind of where this was coming from. And at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had where, one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. Like, I guess in POE1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like POE1 does, then effectively that's the only map people, like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yep.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole, like, I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in POE2, we get to kind of have the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You know, you feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to, move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content, can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where, like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers, really. You got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So, like, there are maps. So, in Path of Exile 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say, 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all. And there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so then there's the corruption influence on them. And it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's important, right? I mean, like, that's part of the PoE experience. But, yeah, for 100%.
I can juice my nightmare dungeons. Sometimes they have 20% extra gold.
Over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map.
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well. Yeah. Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those. Then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Into
the fog.
The fog kind of in 3D the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round. One that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, more iconic things you find. But this we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully, it's there. Who knows?
And so Waystones have a tier, but they don't have specific maps on them anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down substantially. What sort of impact does that have?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier to manage. That's good.
Yeah, so have you thought about like what sort of, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole... hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure, as opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers. There's not really all that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly like finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. You know, like Path of Exile does have the...
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So, you know, the mapping system was always this like extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
So
weird.
we wanted to start with to actually like at least, I mean, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but at least to start with, you know, we wanted to have a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, you're on the planet.
Yeah.
Right, you're in
you're on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but you know, you haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then, we were saying like, can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first? Like, well, how many moons are we? Don't. You know, there's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow. I feel like there's a delve but up league coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps is boss maps, and then that means the other 3 are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be like a little marker just so you know. But honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that, you know, like, you know, if you, generally speaking, you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one, you know, those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, you know, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, you know, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. You know, so you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And
you're cleaning up.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're like changing all the nodes from one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like, you know.
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in POE2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like, if you have a map boss every area, then if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you know, you spend too much of your time fighting bosses.
The pinnacle boss they
so
said they didn't want to
reveal
reveal
what you want to do now,
about
you can do it because there's bosses there. You know, like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't mean that 1 in 4 maps you play is one, because you know obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring around.
Chain
you're picking your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. So that actually is something.
I would like them to talk about
what? Oh yeah, I know. Right, you mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I wasn't looking?
Not yet.
Justin's like, wait, no, wait, stop. It's too much.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, so there's actually like I do love that there's a boss hunting because I'm super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well, you can.
You get a lot of points for the core tree. There's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that all can work together and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has a you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
basically, at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
yeah, for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot of progression.
I'm getting from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always put
ritual.
a breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
they can have
that's-
all. You can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking,
They'd be like similar
Yeah,
versions
they're
of it.
basically the same.
They're pretty
but
similar,
They're pretty
yeah.
similar.
So
but
there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss estuary.
Yeah, there are some cases at the moment where there are some maps that can't have a boss, and because we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent. So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences. And things like
So
that coming back as
initially,
well.
we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. On the atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
is that sort of stuff on the core atlas tree at all? Yeah. So you can kind of like see more of that if you want to.
Yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah. Cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like, I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really called
internally,
maps anymore.
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the POE1 connection.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like, I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters,
I don't know if I know what Incursion is.
For example, if you just take Legion, Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there. Heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion. We've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
No, you're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
Oh, you're keeping with the theme of vacuum cleaners.
Look,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all these awesome bosses, way grander in scale, and you can do these more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like, I'm like in Obsidian, there's a rare spider, You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing for them and tracking them. That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like when we actually get there, committed. What's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in POE1.
Yeah.
That you're like that just the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like
POE
and actually
is full
equipping those items
trading
just
of
happening way more
everything
often. There's so many
except
subtle
gold.
changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing you're cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
craft relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more item types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item as well.
Exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam re-rolling.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You
a
are
few
still
times.
reforging and meta crafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got annulls and you've got
chaos that does
but that stuff is
add
higher
remove.
up. Like that's kind of more of a later game
It's
thing. Yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
There's stuff to do there, and like like the meta crafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like, there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to, I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like, make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff, while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the staff to play, I'm like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using Exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up, like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have like over like 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, and there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things, like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff, because again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. That process is like...
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and and you find good bases and do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 Exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll on it, and I took that to 6 properties with multiple damage mods. And I'm like, each time that power was going up, and so I was doing that.
It feels good.
I felt like the bottleneck was Regals, which was actually kind of interesting because I don't know if that's intentional or just luck, because I did really have to think about which blue items were good enough to take to a rare, so that I could then put my Exalts on them.
So you get more of those by disenchanting rares.
Yeah, they are farmable.
So they are farmable, which is completely intentional. We want to make sure that, like, if you don't have enough of those, like, so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep, like, I feel like once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you stop disenchanting blues and start selling them instead. And the same thing can be true also for Regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to salvage it.
I surprised them with my my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easier to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas. where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character when they needed to be able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way finally to be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire resist, there is a way to get that, and I've got the tools to do it, and I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So that has helped a huge amount, I think, of solving those like issues that come up with your character.
And this is to confirm how you've solved bench crafting. The question of
So
that.
we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI, like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb, like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just
Rishi.
Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think for the customization, it's the what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then of course you've got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem. So we effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. Essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff, and then plus some of the omen things you can. There's stuff you can do there. That is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things, So,
So I was worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the like deep, impactful crafting that we have. But it sounds like you are still allowing like powerful meta crafting and the ability to make like a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that like the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely. And I mean, like the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends
effectively. So like that means that we effectively mean that like when like it makes the world feel like as far as item drops go, that like it feels intense.
If they would put this in POE1, I'd be the richest player ever at the league start because I go to every dead end and I never get jack shit.
There's things like that, but there's also the way that, so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just
They must have got that
have,
idea
like, the spam of items that's like crazy.
Last
like you actually
week
feel
watching
like
me speed run, running head first into every wall and getting nothing for it,
as opposed to just lots of shit.
I'm gonna have a mirror by Act 10.
That's I'm a big fan of how this feels. I think it's a lot better. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a POE1 player and you see a boss kill, like the number of like the expectation of like, because a POE1 player sees like looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of like knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you got item filters and everything.
We
to
have
kind of
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So exactly, that is a good way of putting it. Yeah, it really is more about like, are the items actually good? Like, ideally, you kill a boss and you pick every item it drops up. Like that is to me is a win. And I think we're
That's me in
basically
Act 1
getting
because
it
I'm
at
so
that point.
poor. I'm trying to sell it for wisdoms.
I quite like how the exploration systems and that as well, with the chests down dead ends and things like that, acts as a player leveler in some ways. Where like a
the more
player
you
is
explore,
struggling.
the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's
Yeah.
true as well for the optional encounters around the place as well.
Yeah.
If you're struggling, go fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop, and and you will definitely find more things. And
lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
Exactly.
and certain like that.
Yeah.
This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit from the fact that we actually had a problem where people were just face tanking bosses and dying over and over again.
Yeah.
And they keep on respawning, and they would never be like, "Oh, I'm going to go away and actually find some other stuff." And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like, if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else.
Oh god,
for a
I
while.
keep fighting
So
them
we
over and
realized
over
that the
until I
map,
win.
Like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, like is actually a really important part of that. So in POE2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific
10
drops
deaths
on the
is
map.
the warm-up.
And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what?
Uber
I'm just gonna go
Radon
do
killed
some
me
other stuff.
30 times before I killed him.
Then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
I didn't have enough Scooby
or a
snacks.
little campsite.
Yeah, or there's lots of little hard-coded drops from specific bosses. The hard-coded drops, they only drop one time, so you can't just farm them endlessly.
Yeah.
But effectively, if you go do all that side content and you check it all off, you'll get some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted I was using the map thing a lot to be like, oh, well, to be completionist about it a bit, but also, just being aware of like, oh, cool, there's some good stuff in this zone that I can come and find, and I think we figured out that some of that stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either there's a few. So it's like either because an NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you get there. Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything.
Okay.
But there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends. Like a lot of people just click through the dialogue, so they'll never know the NPC told them, but they maybe did.
I was checking my map kind of like when I went into a zone, and then maybe afterwards to see if there was anything.
But you never get to an area and don't see some unless they are very obviously hidden intentional secrets.
Yeah,
that
there's nearly something everywhere.
They might be there, they might not.
Yes,
be.
I found half of your key for your secret quest.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
So pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well.
Yeah, okay.
Solved a lot. We're 100% on board with that. It's very good.
It was the least stressful league I ever played. I mean, what normally caused almost all
Literally
the anger
my
and
favorite.
friction for me was
yes,
especially bulk trading. It
Incredible.
was horrible, and I
So
was just
good.
like, oh, this is like a dream come true.
Myself and so many other players, I feel like we're more engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on a moment-to-moment basis. It's good. So, do you take that then as as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different in the end? Because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and how that'll end up. But
is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exhaust?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in POE2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that, or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. We were worried, but thankfully none of the horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? gold was a good idea. You just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, we're like, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability of it, like using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The paths we weave. So how likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to like other things like maps or waystones or even gear?
Well, I mean, look, I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going in early access, at least. We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like the currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that like fixed a lot of the, you know, like it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't, but I still want to experiment with it potentially. So you know, I'm interested to see how it goes. But the currency exchange definitely helped.
I need to turn on a light.
Yeah, they would for sure. They would.
Yeah, definitely.
It's frying.
Great. So we've had some so this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down. Okay.
Yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2's kind of like personal player economy and progression? So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that, like, you know, look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to
it
accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And
Yeah.
like we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like,
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that, like, it is a game about economy and trade.
100%.
And
So,
for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to POE1 in that regard.
Yeah.
I think that's what, you know, that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's that said though? Do you think it is in some ways better for a solo self-found sort of experience?
I mean, I simply because, again, as we talked about, we're dropping a lot more currency that we expect you to use on gear, as opposed to save till end game for one, and then by end game, like, we don't have Kirak mods costing, you know, that kind of stuff that all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
know where to
get
them
it
as well,
right? So you're not just like having to. I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly, you know, beyond trivial. Yeah. So, you know, there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But, you know, each to their own, that to be seen, and, you know.
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo self-found.
We'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like, once you learn the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
someone's gonna.
First time, you know, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back to solo.
You back to solo? Okay, great.
Right.
Good. That's good to know. It's like you have
to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
But you're just like, all right, you can go home now. We're like, go.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything. And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses on that note then? It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules.
Yeah,
now that we have, because I know you've changed them recently.
So, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls. Things like obviously more life, and I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than N players as hard.
Right. As it should.
So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
From what I saw, it's pretty hard to
you're
pull
not
off unless
having
you,
a fun time.
Get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So that's important because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets. So like you're back to normal
now,
again.
In endgame maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I was going to
then-
ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
Well, you still have 6 portals so you can have your party members, but death.
And you can leave and come back as
Yeah.
long
Oh,
as you don't
okay.
die.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can take items out, but a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to remind people, the if you like log out or the server crashes or something like, not that that's going to happen, then the game pauses. So when you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map, right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just Alt F4 the game at a random time, you'll actually, even if you come back like the next day, because for example you might have rage quit, you will appear back at the checkpoint you were at. So if you are like fighting a boss, you die a bunch of times, you're like, crap, Alt F4, you come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint again.
That part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in POE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in and have another crack.
So effectively like that's nice to just have the save checkpoints to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving, well, obviously in hardcore you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here, where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value. So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing. Yeah. Now you're scared, but everyone's scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like you're like, okay, you have to go in with a sense of confidence to like, I can definitely do this thing. And so it's just a little bit less fear when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause
Nothing
the game.
gives me more fear than the
on
ROAs.
fire, or if the server crashes or something that you just paused and you can jump back in as well.
They need to have it
you're
be an Uber ROA
Yep.
as the Uber
Now, it's
boss.
worth noting in multiplayer, we do have a thing, of course, with respawn at checkpoints as an option. So if a player dies and you don't want to die, you don't want to finish the fight out, you can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance.
Cool.
You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool, excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WASD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WASD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have like given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, they'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change it
wonder why
back.
that is.
But even watching Octavian play on click to move,
He's a click to move player, yeah.
He's
You have a
100%
few
click to move, and he is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it, like,
That'll be reassuring for, I think, some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD.
Right.
Even though it is obviously playing so well by all accounts. That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations for your live things too, so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually. I'll tell him to...
It does feel very good on the Mercenary.
Yeah,
That kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like
These
preparational
3,000 hours on WoW are going to help me with WASD moving.
We did already talk about skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
feeling
it's a while. We're getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. We've been rolling. Yeah.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not at first, no.
We will do it later, though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the POE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular wouldn't be far away.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those?
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
Yes, we do. Yeah,
that's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We've got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go, just start thinking about that.
Give us a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today then, do you guys have a recommendation of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly, like
There's so many choices now.
There are. So let me. Okay. If we're going by the numbers, if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break it down from the betas.
I mean, this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is the class that dies the most often. But it's also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction level by a very, very tiny margin that compares the others.
That's fascinating.
I mean, it is like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to you have to retreat and move in and out. So,
I fell in love with the monk playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
Yeah, that's interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't know. Cool. I've been loving the mercenary, but to me it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more tactical.
Maybe.
And
I don't know. Like I like it. I really like that.
Correct if you.
But honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So it's just whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But It's, I'm not sure if you've got a similar thing.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that Monk and then Warrior had the highest satisfaction levels.
Warrior's next, by the way, technically, if you're looking for...
That's pretty good. That's 2 melee classes.
Exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah, that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time.
It's such a change from, especially early Path of Exile 1. It's gone a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
melee.
I just have a real desire to freeze time, so I just want to be sorceress and just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not getting enough attention.
I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So it just feels cool.
Right. So you could be playing a crossbow build anyway.
Yeah, I might be a crossbow time freezer. I don't know. We'll see what's going on.
Yeah, all right. I noted that our mercenaries were very different as well. I was playing full Grenader. You were.
I was doing
combo.
the freeze shotgun.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
I don't know some sort of monk trigger build. Obviously, it's always just going to be fun to play
they have
around
so many of
with
those stacking effects, the wind and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancies showed some more as well. Oof.
Just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. So thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we can actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to wrap it up, boys.
Yeah, exactly. That's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the Q&A.
They want patch notes now.
Patch notes.
Well done.
It's not a patch.
Thank you.
It's a launch.
Exactly.
Where's the launch notes?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. And thank you very much.
Thanks heaps. Appreciate it. Yeah. It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And it's only the start of another journey, really. So
that's it.
Yeah.
Can't wait to play.
It's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
yeah, it's true. Sorry.
Yeah.
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing. So.
All right.
I assume we've faded out and cut.
Hopefully.
You never know.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Well. Oh, man, dude. I would say, for me, I've been playing these games since I was a little kid. And I've played more ARPGs than 99.999% of humans that have ever lived on Earth. And I would say for me, that was probably the most impressive announcement for anything in the ARPG world that I can ever remember. Yeah, just I think the reason why they land on such good things is POE, Path of Exile, seems to be the kings. People always talk about the volume of their content. Yes, Path of Exile has more content than everything, but if you listen to why they make their decisions, the rationale that they give for the problems that they have and how they solve them is completely aligned with what I feel as a player. And when that happens, then you're reaching these real solutions. So a couple of basic things that I see here that I think in particular, something that plagues Diablo 4 is Diablo 4's way to change the game is adding or removing damage, adding or removing life, adding or removing defense. On almost everything that I saw when they said, here's a system that makes you stronger, I almost never saw 5% increased damage, 10% increased attack speed. It's always something different that changes the gameplay. And when you do like 100 different ones of those, no one's going to make the same build. And that makes it fun. Now, the danger in initially building a game like that is what you have in Path of Exile 1, where everything is so complicated that you alienate the entire player, almost the entire player base that Diablo 4 appeals to. But now they're making it so much simpler. 1 health flask, 1 mana flask. It's always here. It never changes. You don't know how to make your skill gems? We have recommended gems for you. You read the recommended gems that they have, and they specifically said on the couch that they go through and they hand pick the recommendations. They could even just, just take the Maxroll guides or whatever when they're out. And now all of a sudden, you don't have to make a build. If you're confused, you don't have to be confused. Here you go. Take what the recommendation, and I'm sure your build's going to be fine. It's quality of life stuff. Like, you don't have to go to your hideout and go to your crafting bench to craft. You just craft right there. You just take your item and you start messing with the currency, and then you put your item back on. They rated DM. Fuck yeah. Yeah, so there's so many things that they're doing. Let me go back here real quick. Maybe I'll just replay it so we can watch more of their cool stuff. From Mike here. Is DM that big of a streamer? Why did they raid him of all people? I don't know, but I'm happy that they raided him. Fuck yeah, dude. Why not? Why not DM? Any ideas to get creators on the POE2 Maxroll team? Oh, we already have an entire team for POE2, man. We already have an entire team of gods. You don't watch him, you're wondering how big of a reach he has compared to others? I'd say DM's a pretty big streamer, man. He's definitely a big YouTuber. He has 300,000 subs on YouTube. DM's a nice guy. I think he's a little bit more known for his YouTube, but he's got a pretty strong stream too. What class am I picking first? I don't know. I honestly, all of them look good. I'll make all of them. It doesn't matter. I have about 5100s on Diablo 4. I'll have everything. I'll make everything. Used to watch DM when he was a raid YouTuber. Exactly. I don't know if they have PC specs. I assume they're going to be pretty high because this game looks really nice. Yeah, so I don't have any plans to abandon Diablo 4. I'll still create content for it and builds and tier lists. I'll still play on the league starts, and anytime something cool that happens, I'll be there. I'll help you guys. anything like that. But for me as a player, I can beat everything in Diablo 4 in one day easily. Very, very, very easily. Beat the campaign, get to the hardest tier, complete the raid, kill Duriel, whatever, get very high in the pit. I can do that in one day easily. Easily. Like maybe half a day. Yeah, like 12 hours. I can do it very, very easily. Once you get to that point, there is actually nothing to do in the game. There's no leaderboards to climb. There's no skill to exude. There's no rare items to hunt for. There's no boss ladder. There is a boss ladder, but it's not really a boss ladder at all. There's just nothing to do in the game at all. There's nothing. In this game, it's going to have 12 classes. It's going to have 36 masteries. It's going to have randomly generated maps. It's going to be tough to beat, so I can figure out how to speed run it in different routing things and different combinations, different crafting things. I can help you guys kill bosses that you can't kill. The pinnacle boss, they said, is going to be hard as shit. I mean, there's actually just stuff to do here. It's just that simple. I need a game for someone who is as big of a loser as me. And this looks like a game for losers. So this is exactly what I need. I've said it before many times. I am the king of the losers. And this is a game for absolute degenerate losers. It's perfect. Yeah, we're all virgins around here. Exactly. What? One of us. You sold your wife to have more time to play PoE. Am I bad? No, man. You sold her just in time. They're going to be a lot cheaper on Black Friday. Hopefully, you got a good deal for it. Someone said they're putting in their 2 weeks to play PoE2. I essentially am. I'm putting in my 2 weeks at Blizzard, I guess. Not just kidding. I don't work at Blizzard, and I'll still cover Diablo 4. POE2 is out on December 6th. If you go to pathofexile.com, you can buy the supporter packs. You can buy the supporter packs to gain access. If you have 480 spent lifetime in Diablo or in Path of Exile 1, you don't have to buy a pack. Will I be your teacher in POE2? You need me. So especially when I was younger, like when I was in my 20s or maybe even early 30s, I won't lie to you, I considered myself like a top tier gamer for sure. Pretty much any game that I played. But now I'm 38. Now I'm just an old piece of shit. And so now I'm moving into like the coaching era. Like I definitely see most of my value in, like, look at my Act 1 times. I tried it 50 times and I can only do it in 23 minutes, and people can do it way faster than that. So I'm gonna 100% stay in my lane. I'll try to speed run and I'll try to get world first, but I'm sure I'll lose to Ben and stuff and other people. I'm definitely gonna focus on teaching the game. I need to teach the little 12-year-old crackheads on Adderall as they're taking a break from Fortnite how to speedrun POE2, and then they can beat everybody. You need me in the races? I'll race. I'll be there. I'll race. Hopefully I will do very, very well, but I doubt I'll win. It's gonna be I don't know if I have the skill to beat Ben, for example. I'll try, but I doubt it. Not at 38. At 38, it's 1 foot in the grave. I'll try. I'll try to get. What I'll be happy with. I'll be happy if in POE2 if I can give Ben some sass. If I can at least be close to him, and where if he dies, I will win. I'll consider that a victory. I got to be close enough to where if he dies during the race, that he can't restart and beat me. There ain't no way. I'm almost 40. I look fantastic for my age. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm 38. I think I'm 38. 8/31/86. Al Kaiser is older than you. Yeah, but Al Kaiser is a god. Al Kaiser is 54. No, he isn't. Will I ever play Fortnite on stream? No, I could. I'll tell you something about Fortnite. Sarah and I have such a high, like, hidden MMR. Every game that we play, it's so difficult. We play very, very high ranking Unreal players. I'll give you an example. Yesterday, Sarah and I played a game. First game of the day, we won. And that's the worst thing you can do. You never want to log in and win your first game. But we won. The very next game, the game started. Okay. We fought one team where it landed next to us. We killed them. And we checked how many teams were alive. I mean, the game had just started and there's only 6 teams left. We started with 20 teams. That's bad. Because it's been 5 seconds into the game and 14 of the teams are eliminated. What that means is there's a team of gods running around just killing everybody. And wouldn't you know it, about 60 seconds later, 2 Tarzans come swinging in from the skies and just insta-elim us. We type their names into Google, and one of the guys that killed us in the last week had entered 11 online Fortnite tournaments. Yes, let me say it one more time. In the last 7 days, he has entered 11 tournaments. So 2 tournaments a day. And that's the guy who eliminated us. So it's just actually, Fortnite has been kind of ruined for Sarah and I because we initially did the grind to Unreal ranking for fun to say hey, we're in the highest lobby possible. We're ranked Unreal. And then after that, it's been nothing but pure misery because now you just get matched against the best people in the world all the time. And it's just not fun anymore at all. It's stupid. How many did he win of the 11? 1. He won 1 of the 11. You have played ARPGs for years, but you have anxiety with issues learning at times, so you're going to be following builds. No worries, man. Yeah. If you like to follow builds. You want to do it yourself, that's okay. everything works, man. Don't worry. Am I better at chess or am I better at Fortnite? Well, I guess it depends on... I guess it's the same. If I played Magnus Carlsen in chess 1,000 bullet games, I would have pretty much no chance of even drawing a single game. If I could draw Magnus one time out of 1,000, that would be a huge win for me. In Fortnite, if I faced Peterbot 1v1 in no build, how many times out of 1,000 could I kill him before he kills me? I guess it would depend on what guns I had, but if we both started at full shield, I don't think Peterbot would kill me 1,000 out of 1,000 times. I think, like, for example, if I had a mammoth pistol, I just need to hit one headshot and then 2 bullets of an AR and he's dead. If he misses one time and I hit him with a headshot, I'll probably kill him. So I guess comparatively, I guess I'm better at Fortnite than chess. I would have a better chance 1v1ing Peterbot on no build than I would at beating Magnus Carlsen in a bullet game. Yeah, 0 build, I could snipe him, for example. I'm a very, very good sniper. I'll snipe him in the head one time, sure, no problem. Should you buy tabs now, or is it better to wait for release? Do your tabs carry over? I would say the best strategy is to buy the tabs when they're on sale. They go on sale. Does anyone know when the next sale? When is the next tab sale happening? Does anybody know? You just wait for the weekend that it has the sale. Okay, yeah, do that for sure. By the way, so many people subbed in the last several hours. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. I was going to call all of them out. The reason why I didn't is just because we were watching. I didn't want to interrupt the announcers every 5 seconds. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you. It's in 3 weeks. According to ELO calculations, the chance of an 800 ELO drawing Magnus Carlsen is, yeah. So I'm way, way better than 800, but I'm still nowhere near Magnus Carlsen. One of these days soon, I have to do it soon. Maybe we will do it on... Maybe we'll do it next Thursday or something. I have to do my chess stream. I promised you guys I would make a brand new account on chess.com. I would play chess all day long and see how high we can get. Right now my rating is like 1890, but I do think I'm better than that. In fact, I'm certain that I'm better than that now. So maybe we could get to 2,000. Maybe. I don't know if we can get to 2,000 in one day, but if I've never actually sat down and just played for hours and hours. I've never done that before. It'll be my first time ever in my life, so it'll be fun. I like chess. At 1890, my chances of drawing Magnus Carlsen are 3 points. Let's see. That's 100, 1,000. I could draw 4 games in 10,000. Is that correct? 4 games, and so 1 in 2,500 games I could draw him. You know, yeah, I mean, can't wait for POE2. Yeah, it's going to be godly. You played 10-minute games on chess.com. You got to 1100. That's good. Yeah, that's good. I really like chess. I'm not good at it, but I would try to get to like 2000. I like to play bullet. It's the fastest time. I'll show you one game. Let's just play one game. I like to play 60 seconds for the entire game, which means you have to move instantly. So it's just like pure instinct. Let's see what happens here. Take the pawn, go here, take the knight. Okay, this guy's very good. Maybe he's going to go here. Okay, what if I go here? Now if I take this, oh no, he's still guarding this now. Okay, let's go here maybe. Take this, then he's going to push maybe. I have to get out of this pin. Let's go here. Probably going to get checkmated here. This guy is very good. I have no chance of beating this guy. He goes, okay, now I can defend with the rook. Let's take that. I have to back up, I guess. And then here. Yep, I'm checkmated. There's no way to defend it, right? I can't take this and then takes. This guy's way better than me. No prayer. I could tell instantly. So that guy is way over 2000 rated. Way higher. You can tell instantly. Okay. I'll take this and then up. Here. Take. Up. This guy is also way better than me. Oh, I fucked up. He won. I didn't mean to take that. That was a mistake. I didn't mean to take that. Nope. 0-2. Those guys are way high. Both of them are way higher rated than 2000. Both of them. Way higher than 2000. Especially the second guy. Way higher. How do I play why don't I play anonymous? I just never made a name. I should make a name. Anyway, next Thursday we'll make a brand new rated name on chess.com and try to reach 2000 if we can. On chess.com right now, I think I'm like 1890, but I've been higher. I've been like 1960 before. I was playing chess on the other screen instead of watching. No, I was watching. Believe me, I was paying attention. Did I play as a kid? Not really. My dad taught me the game. My elementary school that I moved to for 1 year, all they had was a chess club and a tournament at the end. I won that. I learned the game there, and then I won that chess tournament, and then I never played again. That's my chess career. Dad taught me, went to an elementary school in 5th grade. All they had was a chess club. They didn't have anything else. Joined it. At the end of the year tournament, I won it, and then that was it. I don't know openings, but if you do an opening, I can tell you it's the Caro Can. I can tell you it's the French. I can tell you it's the Spanish. I can tell you it's a King's Indian. I can tell you it's a Queen's Gambit, accepted or declined. I could tell you the name of the opening, but I could not tell you what the moves are. I couldn't tell you what the correct moves are. But I could probably tell you the name of the opening. Anyway, we'll see next Thursday. Let's see where we end up. I'll make a brand new name. We'll play it for an entire day. We'll see how high we get. I promised you I would, so we will. I better get real close to 2,000, otherwise I'm going to be insanely disappointed. But both of those guys that I played right there are way better than 2,000 rated. They're way higher. Significantly higher. I know for sure. Believe me, I know what it feels like to be outclassed. Okay. Well, I'm going to hang it up for here tonight, guys. I'll make a video about my thoughts on POE2 for tomorrow. Thank you so much for being here. I'm actually really excited for this game. My hype for this game has never been higher after this announcement. I thought the announcement was godly. The game looks super impressive. Seems like we're going to have years and years of awesome content to come. That's all I want, man. DM has 18,000 viewers. Dude, let's give him some more. DM has 18,000 viewers. Let's give him some more. Can we? We're gonna get him to 20K right here. That's higher than my highest CCV ever in my career. I'm pretty sure. It's I'm very much looking forward to this. What a great day today was. I will say the Diablo 4 announcement, Diablo 4 is getting better. For Diablo 4, I actually liked what I heard, but with no endgame, no super chase items, I don't know how I'm going to play longer than a week, but they are making the game better, so I guess, I mean, it's just not getting better fast enough to compete with Path of Exile 2. It just isn't. Anyway, have a fantastic night, guys. Thank you so much for being here. We go again tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll play a bunch of POE1. We'll keep practicing. Good night, guys.